going on? What's up, everybody? Good afternoon. Hello there. Hi there. Welcome. Welcome. Happy to have you. Thank you. Not in the biblical sense. I don't know anything about that. Sure, some of us would be happy to have you, but I can't even see you. And that puts me at a strategic disadvantage because, as you know, I judge solely by the superficial. That's how I make all of my decisions. It's never steered me wrong. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is out today. Poundcake is in, behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
There's going to be no window for you in the new spot.
I'm aware.
But you will be right next to our studio. You'll just be on my left side.
Weird.
I was looking at the layout, and so you'll be just on the other side of the wall.
Probably going to be hot in there.
Euclid Avenue will be to my right. We'll be at the Street Side Studio after the first of the year. How soon after the first of the year? I don't know. That's still up for debate. We've each cast our guesses as to when we think we'll be in the new studios.
I went February 1st, and I don't think I'm going to win.
Mary went opening day for the Guardians. I split the Poundcake, I think, might be the first one.
420.
What did 420? Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think about it, 420.
420. So you're the last one in.
Yeah.
And I think I split the difference like March or something.
March 1st was yours.
March 1st. There you go. So we'll see. But as I look at the layout, we'll be in the Street Side Studio there on Euclid. This time, Poundcake will be on my left. And, of course, I'll see him on the big screen. Anytime I want to look up and stare at his smiling face, I'll be able to... See, right now, I've got to turn my head.
Barely.
I've got to crane my neck if I want to do that. Whereas in the new studios, I'll simply be able to look up, and there he'll be. I'll probably do that for about 20 minutes on day one, and then I'll turn that monitor off.
I mean, you've been...
so that I can...
You've been like the neighbor from Home Improvement for me for like the last year.
I am your Wilson. You can just see my eyes on the
Yeah,
monitor.
because it didn't used to be that way. I used to be able to see your whole face.
Right.
And then they did something with the monitors and took the little arm down.
I moved them. They were like stacked, and then I spread them out. But it's unfortunate, really, because my understanding in the new studios is there'll be far less equipment. And so I would have been able to look right at you, off to the side. But listen, my loss is your gain. Anyway, if you'd like to join us, never mind the bollocks with all that stuff. If you'd like to join us on the phone, please do. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. If you want to use that phone number, you're certainly free to do that. If you just want to leave a quick message, you can do that anytime. The After Hours line is 216-986-8903. You can send a text. All of these ways that I'm trying, it sounds like a lot of information, and that's because it is. But all of these ways that I want people to know that they can contact us, interact with us. I've got two very funny people on the show today. Our friend Roy Wood Jr. is going to be calling in later on. He is premiering his new hour over on Comedy Central. It's called Imperfect Messenger. That's going to be tomorrow night. It's going to be premiering. And then Big Jay Oakerson is going to be in the flesh in here later on as he's doing the weekend at Hilarities downtown. And I always like seeing him, too.
Also, big news here at WMMS.
Oh.
A person that is synonymous with WMMS, the heart and soul of WMMS.
Alan Cox.
Alan Cox's friend is coming back.
Corey Rotic.
Corey Rotic.
Very exciting.
I
Yes.
saw that on his Instagram this morning, and I was so happy.
Yeah.
Like, that's one person that should have never been let
He's
go
been
in the
a
first
lifer.
place. Yeah, I know, and that's
You give
why.
your whole life to a business.
If anyone embodies the spirit of the modern day buzzard, it's Corey Rotic. In his heart and his soul, he's a lifer. He's a hometown boy. Even as I approach 12, I'm a perennial outsider because I've lived in a lot of cities and been on a lot of radio stations. 99% of them, I'm not from those towns. So even as I approach 12 years here at WMMS, I'll still get people who hate my guts. Go back to Chicago, you whatever. Corey Rotic, everybody loves him. Find somebody that doesn't like Corey Rotic.
Well, I'm from
You
here, and
can't.
people are still be like, I hate you, so that doesn't change.
Go back to Medina. Yeah, well, that's not as far of a trip as it would be for me.
I'm also not going to go back there. I mean, even if I...
Why would you? Why would you? I mean, yeah, Foundry Social.
Yeah, that's...
Still,
you know what? You've sold me.
I'm going to get a condo right downtown in lovely and historic Medina Square.
I'll tell you what, they also have the AI Root Company, which is a candle company.
Uh-huh.
And those root candles are the bee's knees.
Hey, I see what you did. So,
But they're great candles.
Okay,
Yeah.
what is that? Artificial intelligence candles?
It's Artemis Ichabod Root.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I don't know what his name is.
Amos
but
Ives, I think, if memory serves.
Is that it?
Don't they have a school named after him there?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Middle school, yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Well, he was, as I recall, what little history I know about Northeast Ohio, he was in the beekeeping biz, right? So the candle thing stands to reason in the limited amount of time that I've spent in Medina, Ohio. But you're a big fan of the candles.
I'm a big fan of the candles.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do they have bees making them? You can watch them through a window, like when
Yep.
they 3D print a house.
Bees are way
can you
cheaper
watch
to pay than humans,
Yeah,
so
the
they're-
bees. You can see them squirting the honey out and into the candles wax. Will Corey be back on the air? I don't know about that. I imagine if you don't have Corey Rotic on the air, you're wasting him. So I assume that he'll possibly be back doing again. I don't know. We
don't know that
I've
yet,
been sitting
but-
on this for a couple of weeks, but now that he has posted it, yes. He will be back here at WMMS. And I think that will actually double the amount of people who are here throughout the day. So that's very exciting. There will be somebody else here in the morning when I come in this hallway. Of course, the Rover crew is one hallway over, and I'll see them occasionally. But I'm all by my lonesome down here in the morning. So it'll be good to see Corey Rotic doing his thing again. And I imagine no one is happier about it than he is. So he's back on Monday. I assume he's going to be running the Rover Show in here.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Yeah,
And I assume that you'll hear him on MMS. Why would you have him back if he's not going to be on the air? Talking about his love of Metallica, his love of the Monkees, his love of
I thought he liked
sleazy glam
Nirvana.
metal. He hates
thought
Bill.
he loved Nirvana.
Catch up. I gave you that Corey Rotic docket, the Rocket docket, so that you could get yourself back up to speed.
Rocket docket?
The Rotic docket.
There
Sorry,
you go.
I stumbled all over that. I was so excited. The Rotic docket.
That's hard to say. Rotic docket.
Rotic docket. Alan, how about them Cavs?
Oh, dude, the Cavs are making me... They're getting my hopes way up.
You get a little sports boner over
Yeah,
there.
they held the Clippers under 80 points. Maybe it's some sort of little revenge game against Ty Lue because he's the coach of the Clippers. But most of the guys on the team now never had Ty Lue as a coach.
Oh, he is
So,
the coach, isn't he?
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
I forgot about I watched the entire game and it never once got into my head like, oh yeah, Ty Lue's their coach.
Well, because the guy's not exactly a dynamic personality. So
Well,
it's,
also,
you know.
they didn't really show him, or if they did, I missed it because I was also editing my podcast, the Bill Squire Show, available now, while I was watching it. But also, so I'm watching on the Bally Sports app, and for whatever reason, the volume on that is incredibly low. I cannot get and I don't want to crank it super high, then forget about it, switch to another app, and blow my eardrums out. So I just I'm like, yeah, I'll just keep it pretty low. But I'm watching basketball. I don't need to hear all the commentary. Although Austin Carr's great and
Gotta love AC.
And what's
in any capacity.
Greg Michael, is that his name?
Don't know.
The guy
John Michael.
John Michael.
Yep.
John Michael. He's great too.
Yep.
I think we have a good team, but I can't hear him because for whatever reason, Bally Sports app is super quiet.
Well, there you go, Bally Sports. Get on it. Yeah, I'm way behind in the Clippers. I keep thinking it's still Doc Rivers, but it's not him anymore. It's been Ty Lue for a minute.
For I think three
seasons.
I think he's starting his second season now.
There you go. So the Cavs are now 3-2. 92-79 was the final last night against the Clippers. They'll stay on the West Coast and they'll play the Lakers. They got a couple of good players.
Yeah, but they're struggling too. They had a pretty good lead last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then Thunder came back and won. And so the Lakers, even though they got all these names, they don't know how to play together yet.
Lakers are middle of the pack right now.
Yeah.
So that'll be tomorrow night. Of course, Cavs head coach RZ Herky Jerky says that he's very proud of the team. And so hopefully that will continue. But of course, you hear each and every basketball inning. That's what I like to call them. Basketball inning here on WMMS. your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. I've got to take a break. Another chance for you to grab some money, by the way. You'll have 5 of them today. You can go fund yourself with $1,000 every time you hear one of these keywords. That next one is coming for you around 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever.
earbuds.
Jesus, who writes this crap?
The Alan Cox Show.
On WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to get a hold of us. 800-348-1007. 35192. Foo Fighters doing a sold-out show tonight at the House of Blues. And we're doing what we're calling a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame weekend on MMS. So we're going to be playing a lot of Foo Fighters this weekend. Going to be playing, obviously, the big songs. Going to be playing a lot of B-sides, a lot of live stuff, acoustic tracks, some new things. It'll be a lot of Foo Fighters over this weekend. So it's going to start after this show tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. So you'll know that the Rock and Roll weekend has begun because the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. And then we'll break for a minute. We'll compose ourselves. And then we'll get the weekend going.
Dry ourselves off.
Yeah! Towel off.
Because I know it gets some people a little moist.
And then... That's right. Well, the galuggas still
sometimes I spit.
Hanging in the air. Well, I'm glad I'm spared that. I don't like to watch. I like to listen.
Yeah, there's enough of a barrier between us that you don't get the spittle.
The spittle. That's right. That's why when I take my rundown sheet down at the end of every show, the back sometimes seems a tad moist. But I never gave it a thought. I just thought that maybe the lights in here were too warm and we were all collectively sweating. So tomorrow, after we get out of here, we get underway with the Foo Fighters Rock and Roll Hall of Fame weekend on the Buzzard, which is very exciting. And, of course, they get inducted into the rock. They're in town a couple days early. There's probably going to be Dave Grohl or Foo Fighters sightings tomorrow. I mean, they're doing the House of Blues tonight. And then they don't get inducted until Saturday night. So a lot of time in there. So if you're downtown or if you're, who knows, in the hinterlands maybe. Maybe they want to go sightseeing. Stay vigilant and keep your head on a swivel if you're a Dave Grohl fan. Doesn't even have to be Dave Grohl. Of course it's his band.
Celebrities in town,
no, but I mean like just the other guys in the Foo Fighters. Might be Pat Smear, right? Maybe you've got a soft spot for Nate Mendel. Maybe you'll see him walking around. Maybe you're a Taylor Hawkins fan. Maybe you're a Sophie B. Hawkins fan and you yell out, "Damn, I wish I was your lover." Apropos of nothing when it comes to Foo Fighters, but who knows what you like. Doesn't matter. I got a letter from Melanie, who listens in Parma Heights, who her subject line says, advocating for Poundcake, because we were kind of doing a deep dive yesterday on Poundcake, trying to figure out why he can be so brain foggy. Sometimes we'll be in the middle of a conversation and it's like the light goes off in the refrigerator in his head. And we thought that maybe he had been misdiagnosed or something, or, he said he has ADHD. And Melanie said she's an individual who has been misdiagnosed. And then she rattles off all the stuff she thought she had, and it's a list. So it's things she thought she had. A generalized anxiety disorder. Major depressive disorder. Social anxiety, and mild agoraphobia. Of course, we've established that is when you only like to go see shows at the grog shop. She said, though, that she started seeing a new shrink, and she was, in fact, diagnosed with other things. So while... and this is where mental health gets so thorny, right? Because you go, gee, it's probably never good to diagnose yourself. People go, I think I've got this. And then you rattle off a bunch of things. And then you go see someone, an expert. And I know how much people hate experts now in the United States, people who actually know things. People are, for some reason, wary of them. But these are the people who will tell you what's actually going on with you. And so, long story short, she says, please just have Poundcake know the sooner he gets properly diagnosed, the sooner he can be set up with the proper therapy and medication.
I mean,
now that I'm receiving the proper treatment, she said, I'm feeling mentally stronger than I have in years. Love the show. Thank you for all you do. Melanie in Parma Heights.
I tried the whole medication thing, though. That's what I'm saying.
But they're saying you mightn't have been diagnosed properly.
But
there's other medication that you could take that might make you feel good and alert, and you'll be able to stay engaged.
Because I feel like Lexapro is pretty general. They use that as a blanket for a lot of different things. And I had
that might be the problem, though.
And it didn't make me feel anything, which I went from feeling super anxious all the time and not wanting to be around people or do anything. I had like no motivation to having the same symptoms, but just like feeling numb. Like it was just like, I still don't want to do anything. I'm still not motivated. I still don't want to be around people, but I'm not anxious.
Well, that's good.
I'm not anxious.
Yeah, you weren't on Xanax. You're on Lexapro. It was like flattening you out, right?
And then on top of that, I couldn't, finish. So I'm like, now I just want to die. I was like, now I really want to die. So I just need to go to the doctor. But
I also think there's other things, and we've mentioned this before.
Do things, and I'm going.
Well, not just do things, but like, I know you were going to your boxing class, but that's once a week. I think you need to do physical activity more than once a week.
Well, yeah, I'm getting rid of that. I'm not gonna do the boxing class anymore. I'm just straight up gonna do like Orange Theory or something.
Okay.
I need someone
What is
someone
that?
or something to kick my.
I see them. I don't know what they are. There's one by me.
It is.
It's HIIT training, basically.
Okay.
Well, yeah. It's the
But
only way.
you're in a class with a bunch of people, and there's a
Yeah.
guy in front screaming at you.
The only way I can do.
No, not screaming.
The only way I can do a gym is if someone is literally there telling me what to do and kicking my ass. I'm not gonna go.
You need a trainer. You're not going to go by yourself and like look at yourself in the mirror and lift.
And I can't afford a personal trainer. And Bill was helping me out for a little bit, but like. It just falls off. Like, if I'm paying for something and it's costing me a lot of money each month, I know I'm going to go, first off. And two, when someone there is there and the resources are at my disposal, I'll do it. Because I know myself.
I actually think that's a great idea for you because it also is a group setting where
Yes.
you're going to be around people where, like, part of the thing with you right now is you don't really want to be around people, and this forces you to be around people and maybe make some friends, get out of your comfort zone a little bit, physically and emotionally. So
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. When do you start?
Well, I'm waiting till after I go to Mexico because my cash is tapped till then. And
Okay.
So after that, I'll kind of pick up the pace a bit.
Do you want me and Alan to train you during the commercial breaks? Alan's a little busy, but I'll whip you into shape like the episode of Seinfeld with the old man.
Lloyd Bridges.
Yeah, Lloyd.
Come on, Cream Puff. Bring the pain train.
No.
All right.
No,
You
but-
don't want that?
No.
Mandelbaum.
Because I know there are like gyms around here that like, oh, well, you could get your own personal trainer there.
I'm just talking about making you do like push-ups and sit-ups there and planks and stuff in commercial breaks instead of looking at Zillow.
No. No, I don't want to do that.
I've got the push-up board in my production studio. You can use it anytime.
I'll get rug burn.
I use it all day long. What rug burn? Your knees should not be on the ground when you're. Do you do
It's a
push-ups with your
board.
knees on the ground?
I do the modified push-ups.
You do push-ups with your knees on the ground?
You have
pants on.
You're not kidding.
I don't do push-ups that way. I do push-ups the regular way.
You cross your legs?
No.
Okay. You don't have to do it that way, but that's a better way to
I
kind
just
of
remember
get the
that
burn going.
there was two ways to do the push-ups where they taught us in gym class. They're like,
Yes, when you're 11 years old, that's
there's the modified ones, all the girl push-ups.
quite frankly, I never understood why they modify them for kids when kids, and I know, listen, body weight's all relative to how big you are, but when you're a kid, you'll never weigh less than when you're a kid. So it's not that hard to get your body weight up. It's when people get adult and fat that it's hard to get their body weight up.
There are some big kids, like there were some overweight kids in my school, and they needed the modified push-ups. Their legs didn't even cross, so I don't know how they were going to do a push-up.
Those boards are great because it's got handles, and so you break the plane. If you're just doing the floor, that's fine too, but I like to break the plane. I like to get below my hands. That's how I like to do
It engages more muscle.
And so anytime because I use it all day long because I'm not getting steps here, you know what I mean? If I need to get like a quick, just a burst, you got to get a pump, Poundcake. You can go right in there and do it.
Quick little pump.
It's all color-coded. It's like Guitar Hero, but for push-ups. You'll love it.
Okay.
Tell you which colors for your shoulders, your chest, all of it. You can get in there and be doing it.
I don't want to get my hands like all sweaty on your stuff.
Are you going to get sweaty from doing push-ups? Your hands are going to get sweaty. You were boxing. That's harder to do than push-ups.
Yeah, but I have gloves and my own wraps on, and when I do boxing, my hands sweat. My hands sweat for no reason.
Spinach wraps?
Spinach wraps.
Do you have? Then bring some, like a little towel or something, if you want.
Okay.
He's gonna come in with like a gym bag just for
for push-ups. Yeah, no, my hands are sweaty. That's why I always like rub. By the end of the show,
Mom's spaghetti.
This is really gross, but by the end of the show, every show, my pants are wet on like the top of my thigh.
The end of this show?
Every show.
At the end of every show, your pants are wet. I mean, I know I'm funny, but your pants are wet.
What's that called? Is that hypohidrosis? Hyperhidrosis?
Hyperhidrosis.
My palms get sweaty, and I rub them on the top of my pants, and then so just the spots where I rub my hands, that it's wet there, and I'm like, ugh, this is so gross. But where am I going to put them? Like, where am I going to put my hands?
Well, that might be a thing too. If you're
It is a thing.
Well, okay. I'm just saying it's something that's part of an existing diagnosis or.
So
Poor little Poundcake. You know, we really do break his balls, but he's got so much stuff.
I have a
going
skin
on.
condition. Like
he's got the.
I have connected.
I'm agreeing with you. You got the. And again, I don't.
That was a fake clip.
I don't know anything about what's going on until you explain it to me or tell me. So I don't
But
know
there's some
from
things I don't talk about because I have insecurities too.
I understand. I'm just saying. I learned from you. I don't know from psoriasis. So when you go, I get psoriasis. I get this. I'm like,
it's
oh
all-
my god,
it's all related.
This
When-
poor little man.
When I get it, I have a skin condition, and psoriasis throws a lot of things off. Like,
Are the sweaty palms part of the psoriasis?
because it opens up. It is connected. I'm not sure how because I'm not a dermatologist, but my dermatologist did say that my pores are small in some places, and it causes clogging, and then the other pores are big in other places, and it causes
clogging. What? Like you just started doing the river dance, or
No, like bacteria or like the pores just get clogged from oils, and then it causes cysts or whatever, and that's why I have to get those removed. And then on my hands, it's the opposite, where they're wide, and then I sweat a lot.
this guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why I'm never gonna get married unless they like built-in lube.
yeah. Who doesn't like built-in lube? That could be a selling point rather than something that turns somebody off. Poundcake should definitely do Orange Theory. I've been doing it for 4 years. I lost 60 pounds, and I'm now doing my first half marathon. There you go.
Yeah, Orange Theory is good.
I didn't hate it when I tried it. I did like.
I tried it a
the
few
first
years
class.
ago, and it's basically what I'm doing now, just with a trainer, and I'm not in a class.
At the time when I went with a friend of mine. Well, no, it was my boyfriend at the time. He suggested it, and I went to my free class, and he had like a membership.
Did you think it was people sitting around eating fruit? Be honest.
No, I knew what it was. I heard of it, but I couldn't afford it at the time. Like I couldn't afford it at the time. Even the cheapest membership, and I don't think my head was in the right place to do that because you have to be disciplined, and I wasn't ready to be disciplined. I was like, I already got him. He already my boyfriend. What are you gonna do? Leave me? Fine. And he left me.
All right. But that's usually when people get in revenge shape.
Yeah, but I knew I was cute, and I knew I have other attributes where I make up for it, so I really didn't care.
I'm cute and I got built-in lube, baby.
All these ugly men around here, I was like, I don't care. I'm better than some people.
Why does it have to be better than someone? Why
Because
does there
that's all
to,
I have, Alan.
But why does there have to be a superiority? I mean, you're not hiring an employee. You're trying to find somebody who
Gay men
will
are
enjoy.
competitive. They just
guess
are.
so.
It's a small pool, so if you feel bad about yourself, because all they're going to do is condescend you. They're going to look at you and be like, you don't have this,
They'll
this,
poke
and
your
this.
insecurities.
Yeah, and
they'll
I'm
find
like-
a soft spot and they'll tweak it.
And so the only way you can stand on your own 2 feet and not cry all the time, you're just like, well, at least I'm not that guy. Like, you go to the next guy and then you condescend to him, pick him apart.
Yeah, my palms might be sweaty, but that guy's got sweaty soles of his feet, and he's got sweaty crouch bows and all of it.
And I have Jesus. He doesn't even have Jesus. So
Jesus.
that's what makes me. I got one man in my life that
stuff.
loves me.
Jesus is my co-pilot and my deodorant.
Jesus is trying to get me gay laid.
Okay, let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. First of 5 chances on this show today for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GREEN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GREEN to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Mark Zuckerberg has announced, he was like, Facebook's going to change their name, except Facebook's not changing. Their name is just a bit of a dodge. This is essentially what Google did, where they just renamed their parent company. The Google company renamed their parent company, their umbrella company, Alphabet, right? Nobody calls it Alphabet. Everybody still calls it Google and YouTube and all that. So Facebook is still Facebook. He's renaming the company Meta. Remember he mentioned, I want Facebook to be a meta universe. Well, he was breadcrumbing you with that, so it's going to be called Meta. It's going to be the umbrella company. Still includes Instagram and WhatsApp and Facebook and all the awful stuff. So again, rebranding almost never works. I don't know what the point of that is.
It's too late now. You can't rebrand something, as you said, as big as Facebook. Everyone already knows about it. Everyone knows it as one thing.
Well, you can rebrand it, but renaming it is something completely different. I think he's too smart to say, I'm going to change Facebook's name, because you could start calling it Potato Face, and everybody's going to call it Facebook.
It's just like with the Sears Tower, and they were like, oh, it's Willis now. Like, no, bitch, we know it as Sears. It's going to be the Sears Tower.
Yeah, some people call it the Willis Tower. You can tell people who just moved into Chicago in the last couple of years because they'll call it Willis Tower.
It's just like when Facebook first started, they changed it. It was the Facebook. And he was like, just change it to Facebook. It's more economical or whatever. It's cleaner. He couldn't do that now because everyone they will call it the name that it is.
He was also right.
Facebook.
A Facebook.
A Facebook.
Yeah. He was right, though. Nobody would have called it the Facebook. They would have called it Facebook, you know. Nobody calls it the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. They call it Fallon. Or did you watch Letterman, you know, when he was on? So the umbrella company is called Meta. Again, I guess just because he wants to turn real life into a virtual reality playground, and that's what he's... whatever.
But here's my question. Why is he making umbrellas now?
Because in where they are, in Silicon Valley, they have had an inordinate amount of climate change. And so what they're finding is that the rainy season, which is something that for a long time, not even season, just that kind of climate, was more confined to the Pacific Northwest. It's creeping downward. Oh. So, listen, that's great news. You might hate Facebook. People hit us up all the time. Well, I'm not on Facebook. My life still sucks. Okay, fine. Or I'm not on Facebook and my life's great. But do you own an umbrella? Because there are a lot of people who might not. Umbrellas, there's a built-in obsolescence where if it gets too windy, it gets inverted, ripped inside out, you throw it away. There's no way to fix your umbrella.
But isn't it also, you never really own an umbrella, you just have it for a time? You're kind of always renting an umbrella, because then eventually you're going to lose your umbrella. Someone's going to steal your umbrella.
I'm very persnickety about my umbrellas. I have one in the door of my car. I have another one in my trunk.
I'm okay just not having an umbrella. I feel like the way I live my life, my overall need for an umbrella is so little that if I just get caught in the rain and get rained on, then I'm just going to get rained on. Now, if I was, like, when I lived in New York and was walking around, I had an umbrella. When I was in the Philippines, had an umbrella because I was walking a lot. But right now, I walk, but it's like only when I'm doing it recreationally. I'm not walking to get places, so I don't really need an umbrella. Yeah, no. So if there's a rainy day, I'm not walking.
Oh, you wouldn't walk and bring an umbrella?
Yeah, if it's raining today, like say it starts raining and I got to take my dog for a walk, we just walk in the garage. Like, we'll just do laps in it because she doesn't like walking in the rain. I don't like walking in the rain.
You and the dog, yeah.
So we're not going to walk in the rain.
There's no way to be cool. Like a man.
Erica used to say the same thing. She used to make fun of me for using umbrellas. I go, I'm not trying to be, I've never been a cool guy in my life. What I'm saying is, I don't want to get soaked walking to work like a drowned rat.
I understand.
Unfortunately, we're on camera now every day, right? Before, wouldn't have cared. So yeah, I'm a big umbrella fan. They're cumbersome and they're whatever.
The wind blows and it goes inside out.
Well, it's also
it's got to be raining though. If it's misting or whatever, obviously I'm not going to do that. But I'm not trying to be a cool guy. I mean,
I never thought you were.
Nobody does. That's my point. Who am I trying to impress by walking around soaking wet? Like,
right? But I'm saying
I like umbrellas.
Even if we are here, the trip from my car to the inside of the building is real quick.
Yes.
But
if it's pouring rain, I will use an umbrella.
Right, and I won't because I don't feel like I'm going to get so soaked that it's going to be that big of a problem.
But you will. You just don't mind as much. I'm more persnickety about it.
Yes.
Now here's what I do feel bad I feel bad when I walk.
Snickety.
I feel bad when I walk into an establishment with my dripping umbrella.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I feel weird about that because I'm like, well, should I put this somewhere? Or some places have those canisters for umbrellas. Most places do not. So I'll feel weird. I'm making their floor wet, so that's no good either. But if I didn't have an umbrella, my body would be making their floor wet. So
And it's also one of those
It's a
things where
real
if
catch-22.
they have that canister, it's usually built for like the big long umbrellas, not the short ones. So even if you put it in there, then it's at the bottom of an umbrella pool, and you got to like dig in there to get it. It's a preference really. Like you either I don't mind getting that wet, it'll be fine. And again, like I feel like it happens so rare that I have to be outside in the rain that it's really not that. I have a covered garage. I can avoid the rain.
Now
I
listen,
can park super close here where I can, even if it's just raining like in sheets, I'll just deal with the wear like a jacket with a hood and then take that off once I get inside.
If it's raining in sheets, you're in big trouble because they got a hole in the roof. Your MTO gets all wet. Mm-hmm. That's no fun either, right? I just wanted a cheese and steak. You go where?
That's why I'll just head over to Wendy's.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. Alan, it's a good thing you didn't tell Bill Burr last week that you have an umbrella. He would have pulled your man card. Again, let me reiterate, I don't have a man card, right? I don't know what that means. I just don't like getting soaking wet. There's nothing comfortable about that. Wet clothes?
Have a towel.
When you're inside, a towel. You ever walked into a store and they have towels stacked up for you?
Yes.
No. Yeah, that looks real manly when you're shaking your hair dry in a towel in a store. No, I don't want that.
Alan, you talk about your hair.
Like you got that updo towel.
Yeah, that's right.
Like
just a head wrap.
Yeah,
right.
I just and there's jackets made for it. Like I have some rain type jackets.
I do too.
Repellent, so
I've got a raincoat, but I mean it's
those are easier to keep track of for me than an umbrella. Like I've the last time I bought an umbrella was probably 6 or 7 years ago. I don't know where it is. Mm-hmm. I'll never know where it went, and I'm just tired of spending money on them because I've bought enough of them and lost them. It's like, why do I keep doing this to myself? I personally, I'm not responsible enough for umbrella life.
It is true. Umbrellas and wallets are similar to me in that it's amazing that companies are still trying to convince you that they've somehow improved that product. Mm-hmm. If you spend any amount of time on social media, there's always some company that somehow has revolutionized the wallet. Never mind that most things that used to be in your wallet are now just on your phone, right?
Right.
Same thing with umbrella. We've revolutionized. Like, really? You haven't. I guarantee you haven't.
I still carry way too cumbersome a wallet. Like, it's big.
I don't. I have a card holder. It's got 2 cards in it.
And I don't know why. I need to pare
No
it
umbrella.
down. Yeah.
Way into wallets.
Not even into it. It's just it's so habitual, and I kind of like the heft of it because then I know it's there. Like it's. I mean, it's not Costanza, but it's not Costanza.
Wow!
Like,
mine's thicker than yours.
Look at you.
Yeah. And again, I use
242. Here's mine.
Yeah,
Got a couple cards in it. Yep.
See, I use
never any cash.
2 cards and.
You have receipts in there and stuff? You have sauce packets?
Not really. I mean, there's like my Vax card, and I guess there's a few
You
receipts.
should put all that stuff on an app.
I did.
Yeah.
You can put your Vax card on an app?
Yeah, Clear app.
I didn't even know what that was.
If you're going to go to the Romo
scan into
Fijo,
your Notes app or something, there's a bunch of stuff,
All right, listen, I got to take a break here. If you want to get a text, 35192 to do that. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You are talking about the nonsensical ravings of a lunatic mind.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Thanks to Jerf Derquillaquax for helping out in the video department today. Jerf.
Jerf!
Yeah, Jerf.
Great job today, Jerf.
DeQuillaquax. And you can watch live there. Of course, our friend Roy Wood Jr. is going to join us on the phone around 3:30. His brand new hour premieres tomorrow night, 10:30 Eastern on Comedy Central, called Imperfect Messenger. And he just shot the thing. So it is right out the oven. It is fresh as a daisy. And then Big Jay Oakerson, who is doing the Weekend at Hilarities, he will be in here a little bit later on as well. I will have another pair of passes for you. We're getting down to it today and tomorrow. Last couple of pairs for Saturday night to be there at the Romo Fijo for this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony, the 36th annual. Foo Fighters are in town tonight to do that sold-out show at the House of Blues. And then they'll get inducted by Paul McCartney on Saturday night, along with Jay-Z, along with Tina Turner, along with the Go-Go's, along with Todd Rundgren and Kraftwerk. And, there's some industry awards in there. Yeah, good class. If you listen to this show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where. Kevin's a new listener in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Chris is a bureau chief in Chicago. Melissa listens in Beaumont, Texas. Adam listens in Michigan City, Indiana. And Steve is our bureau chief at the base of the mountain there in Humboldt County, California. Also, Danny is a viewer to the show. I don't know if he listens. When he first hit me up, he said, I watched the show. He didn't make any mention of listening to it, but he is our one solitary bureau chief in Fairplay, Colorado.
I imagine he listens. I imagine he has the sound on. So if you're watching the show, you're generally listening to it as well.
That's a good point.
So.
You're saying that he's using more than one of his senses.
Exactly.
I see that. Now, do you know, trivia-wise, what Fairplay, Colorado is, where Danny lives? Do you know what Fairplay, Colorado is?
I feel like I should know this. I feel like we've gone over this before.
Okay, do you know what Fairplay, Colorado is? In pop culture, what would it be primarily known for if somebody were to name check Fairplay,
Olympics.
Colorado? You think they had the Winter Olympics in Fairplay, Colorado? This is a town of probably about 6,000 people.
I don't know. I mean, yeah. What would I know it for?
That's why I was asking. You might not.
Give us a clue.
Give you a clue. It is oh boy. It's a part of some very iconic, sometimes controversial pop culture.
Huh?
What is something that is set in Colorado?
Oh, The Shining.
No, that's outside. That's Estes Park.
But that is in Colorado.
That is outside. It is correct.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
Gwen and I have stayed there.
All right.
That is outside Denver. Fairplay
Colorado.
has about 724 people who live there.
724.
It's very small. It's about 9,900 feet.
Was there a cult there?
There was not a cult there.
Oh.
Was it near the Donner Party?
No.
I don't know.
Fairplay, Colorado was the visual inspiration for South Park.
Really?
Oh.
It is, yeah. If you look at Fairplay, Colorado, that's what Trey Parker and Matt Stone thought visually they would make South Park look like. It's located in South Park, Colorado. The town is called Fairplay.
Wait, there's a town within a town?
Well, no, but it's like the municipality. You know what I mean? Like, like an unincorporated part, but then you've got the name of the town. So the area is called South Park, and Fairplay, Colorado, is the town that they used for the visual. For the visual inspiration. I only mention this because they're getting ready to drop more new South Park movies.
So there's
movies, not episodes.
Movies. South Park is, by the way,
next movie in 20 years.
Next summer, South Park will be 25 years old.
It has to be up there.
Yeah, I remember getting the very first episode of South Park on VHS cassette from Comedy Central when I was in New York. They used to have a Comedy Central radio studios. And I did my show there in 96, and it was about 6 or 7 months before South Park was to premiere. And one of the people goes, "You got to watch this. This is going to be on Comedy Central next summer." They got big hopes for this show, and it was hilarious, obviously. And then it premiered in '97.
I didn't know South Park was a legit city. Like, I didn't know it was a real city in Colorado. Because they always make references. They're like, oh, I have a friend from North Park and East Park and West Park. So I'm like, oh, they just picked a direction, and whichever sounded better for the show, that's which one they went with. But I didn't, because they said like Middle Park too.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I know Parker and Stone went to UC Boulder, but Trey Parker is the only one of the two who's from Colorado. He's from a town called Conifer, which is probably about halfway between Boulder and Fairplay. So they are setting their first Paramount Plus movie for Thanksgiving, and then the second one's going to come around Christmas. South Park Post-COVID is what it's called, and it's going to premiere on Thanksgiving Day.
How are these little bastards still the same age after all these years? They ain't want to do like a teenage years of South Park?
Well, that's the beauty of cartoons. You don't have to worry about people getting older, aging.
I know,
Maggie Simpson's still a baby.
Yeah, I don't think you want, and they have to like kind of retcon stuff on The Simpsons, where in the early days of The Simpsons in the 90s, they'd flash back to Homer in high school, and it'd be the 70s, and now they'll flash back to Homer in high school, and it's like the late 90s.
Right. South Park will premiere its first of 14 made-for-streaming films at Thanksgiving. It was renewed through season 30 at Comedy Central.
Wow.
And Paramount Plus, which owns all that Viacom property, that's where Roy Wood Jr.'s Hour is going to premiere on Comedy Central and on Paramount Plus, is part of the new 6-year mega deal with Parker and Stone. You got to hand it to these guys for still cranking out not only just stuff, but good stuff, as long as they've been doing this show.
I was going to say, they carried that show. They carried that network for quite some time, because there was pretty much nothing else on there other than South Park that would bring in any type of revenue, and they stuck with it.
Yeah. The new deal with Trey Parker and Matt Stone through MTV Entertainment Studios keeps them with the company through 2027 and is worth $900 million.
Are you kidding me? How much of that do the guys get? Like, how rich are they?
They're very rich. I don't know how much of that they get, but they're very wealthy.
$900 million.
I think Trey Parker and Matt Stone are in Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld territory.
Yeah.
Because
they might even be more because of the amount of merch that goes with that show, and it's been, I mean, video games. They've done a very good job of monetizing that show.
This says that Trey Parker, and I assume it might be the same for Matt. It's got to be the same for Matt Stone. Trey Parker's net worth, according to this, Poundcake likes to go to celebrity net worth.
Just something. How else would I know?
No, I
know
understand. I understand.
Fake,
I'm just using that as the reference. Yeah. They're both in their early 50s. Trey Parker's net worth is $600 million.
Jesus.
Jeez.
So there's a reason these guys aren't still cranking out movies. They were dicking around for a while, right? They were doing the puppet movie, and they were having fun and Orgasmo with that. But you dance with the girl who brung you, and that's South Park.
Orgasmo was like real. I don't even know.
Early, pre-South Park.
I think that was pre-South Park. They did one movie after South Park hit, one live-action movie, and that was Basketball. And they hated that because of the way the studio was trying to meddle with everything, and they were trying to put a lot of jokes in there that they thought were just garbage.
Right.
And so it's a very uneven movie because of that. Like, you can kind of tell the jokes that they wrote and the jokes that the studio's like, well, we need these kind of things in there.
Now, you take it with a grain of salt because, of course, my net worth on Celebrity Net Worth is $3 million.
You have a Celebrity Net Worth site?
I put my name in because people have made fun of me before, and I go, that's why you take this with a grain of salt. I'm not worth $3 million, but I bet you anything that Parker and Stone are worth every penny of $600 million based on everything that those guys have created and the revenue from it.
Shut up, it does have you on here.
Did you think I was lying? I just said.
Yes,
I was looking at it. Why did you think I was lying?
I don't know.
That was the joke.
That's where it's come from. Like,
I was reading it.
But like, that's why we call you a millionaire, because we've done this before.
Yes, correct.
I know, but he wasn't on Celebrity Net Worth. He had another one. It was just like some private site, and I was like, oh, this is legit because it's not too many people know about it. So they really had to calculate, what's going into your bank account and what's coming out. Wow.
Yeah.
They don't even have a headshot for you, though.
Yeah, I believe it. $3 million, every penny.
Now, does that include child support payments? Because in that case, it might be accurate.
Got that alimony.
Those are done next summer. One more year of child support. I got one. Not even a one more year.
What does it say for Rover? Rover net worth.
Don't know.
His is probably true.
Alan, I'm your bureau chief in Marshall, Michigan. What a crap hole this place. I know where Marshall is. I've been to Marshall many times. No city life. All Carhartts, farms and Trumpers. Barf. There's a text. Marshall, Michigan.
It has Rover's net worth, and then it has his salary on here. His salary is $1.4 million a year.
Again, it's all made up.
Yeah.
So I don't know what,
Y'all got a good publicist.
Well, but again, I'm not putting anything. They're throwing darts. I don't know how they calculate it. I don't know what they're doing. I think maybe what they do is they take maybe what somebody. Again, I don't know. I don't talk about my money. I don't talk about other people's money. Like,
also, I don't know how they're able to get come up with your net worth, but not a headshot.
Right, there's a big question mark. Yeah,
I'm not going to trust a website where they're like, we figured out how much money we make a year, but we couldn't figure out how to get a picture of you.
We're not spending any money on Google image searches. Yeah. I probably made $3 million over my career, but I don't. That's not my net worth.
$10 million and $1.4 million a year.
There you go.
Wow.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
Well, in between you and Bill, back on the umbrella argument of having one or not, an umbrella won't keep your socks from getting wet if it's raining that bad or you get in a puddle. So I always keep a spare pair of socks around me when it's raining. And I just wanted to let everyone know that if you ever have a friend that willingly puts wet socks back on like I did recently, you may want to completely reevaluate that friendship.
Why did you willingly put wet socks back on?
Oh, I did not.
Oh, you have a friend who did. Oh, I see.
He has a former friend that did.
A former friend who did, right.
Nick's living in 3000. Like he's living
wet socks.
He's living in the year 3000. That's a brilliant idea to keep a dry pair of socks. I hate a wet sock. Oof.
I hate two wet socks. If I have a wet sock, I can live. First world problems. If I have two wet socks, again, I can still live. I'll be far less happy though. All right, so a dry pair of socks, you say, Nick?
That's my input on it. Y'all have a good day now.
You too. There's Nick in Akron. Thanks, pal. So when you're looking at that weather app on your phone, it goes, ooh, looks like rain, honey. Make sure, if you're not wearing boots or high tops, to got yourself a dry pair of socks with you.
Question.
Yes.
Back to the net worth.
See, this is why I know you don't have ADHD. You just do not listen to things you don't care about.
He is laser
you do
focused.
not care about things that you're not interested
I'm curious because you said it's all made up, but then
I had all these ADHD people hit me up going, it's a thing. Like if somebody's talking about something I'm not interested in, I zone out. I go, yeah, that's everyone.
That's everybody.
Everybody zones out on something, but we're living in a society, so you pretend to. In casual conversation with a friend, you would pretend to be interested, right? If you're on a show where people are talking for a living, you absolutely would pretend to be interested or engaged in the conversation. Yes, Poundcake, go ahead.
It says on Rover's page, he reportedly owns a $1 million yacht, several cars that are worth $150K a piece, 2 houses in Ohio, and
Who is this?
This is Rover's page.
Oh, yeah.
And a luxury condo in Miami. Did he have to submit all that, or is that public record? People just find that out.
I don't know. Who would submit
you said you submitted your name and then they did the research.
No. I put my name into their search bar.
He searched his name.
I didn't submit information to them.
Okay. I was going to say.
This guy. No, but it has, but I know it's me because it has
it has your details.
Yeah, like here's where he worked before and blah, blah, blah.
I'm sure
it's got my CV on there.
This Rover thing, it's going off of public records.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm pretty sure Rover sold his yacht and sold his other house. So I don't know if he owns 2 houses or not. But again, this is like...
Well, this is the closest thing I will ever know to I don't know anybody else who has one of these celebrity net worth sites.
Right, but also the only thing that's really public information is your house.
Right.
What else would be public information? Like your salary's not online.
No.
That's not public information unless you make it public.
like for I think athletes they have to disclose or whatever just so that they know what the market can bear. But we don't know.
But again, they're talking. You're tens of millions of dollars and blah blah blah.
And then we'll hear stuff like celebrities made this for a movie, and I'm sure a lot of that is wrong.
Alan, I'm watching the live stream. I have never seen Cody move so fast as to Google someone's net worth. Yes, right. When when he's interested in something.
Selective ADHD.
There you go. Yeah. It goes in and out. It goes in and out. It's like a radio signal.
It's sad HD, actually.
Sad HD, yes. Mm-hmm.
High definition
Does not stand for high definition. He is low definition. Alan, I heard back in the day the CEO of Blockbuster was offered to buy Netflix, and he turned it down. Is that true? That is my understanding, yes. Is it early in the day when people thought, no, but nobody's going to get movies through the mail. Blockbuster, before they really got destroyed, I think they were offered at least a huge stake in Netflix or whatever. Whether or not that's urban legend, I don't know, but that is what's going on. Speaking of Netflix, by the way, and listen, if you've ever seen them, they are hilarious. So it makes perfect sense that the Jonas Brothers are going to be doing a comedy show because, boy, I'll tell you what, they are funny. Oh, the Jonas Brothers. Not only because they sing, they're just
Didn't you ever
delightful.
watch their show on Disney?
No.
There's lots of laughs.
It's called Jonas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anywho, well, clearly they're going off that. So they are going to be doing sketches and songs and games and guests and roasts. They're going to be roasting people. So if you're a Jonas Brothers fan, that'll premiere the day before Thanksgiving as well. So, but boy, I'll tell you what, was their show a comedy show?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was like a kid sitcom on Disney.
It was like Hannah
I remember
Montana.
the Naked Brothers band.
It was basically a cookie cutter version of that, but on Disney.
Because they were cute.
Well,
The Jonas Brothers.
I'm saying 2 of the 3.
Aw.
Well,
Kevin.
See, everybody knows who I'm talking about.
Kevin knows.
And isn't there a 4th one? There's a 4th Jonas
There's
Brothers.
a 4th Jonas. Yeah, bonus Jonas.
Jeff?
But he came when they were all like teenagers already, right?
Yeah, he just got all the leftovers.
I watched the Jonas Brothers documentary a couple years ago.
Excuse me?
For Flicks and Bill. Yeah, talked about it with Jim Tooze.
How'd you get him to do it?
He was the one that suggested it. He's
Wow.
like, I actually just watched this Jonas Brothers documentary, and it's way more interesting than I thought it was going to be.
What was it called?
I can't remember, but it's on Hulu, I believe. And it was because I didn't know that they started out way more like pop punky. And that like
Chasing Happiness?
Yes, and then like they had a pretty good career going before they got picked up by Disney.
Oh yeah, they
were,
used to open for like Maroon 5 and stuff like yeah.
So I didn't know any of that stuff, and then
They
I didn't know about
sucked.
the way they broke up and all that stuff, like in the way Kevin was basically exiled and all the. I didn't know really anything about the Jonas Brothers other than the songs that my kids would play when they were little.
Why was Kevin exiled?
Well, he was just the one that didn't
Look at
stick
him.
with the business. Like, he's like, I'm good. Like, everybody else is, like, trying to do their solo career, Joe and Nick. And
Joe was
Kevin's like, I don't need any of this. I'm going to get married and just...
They all got hot
be
wives.
chilled. Yeah.
They all got hot wives. Even Kevin.
Kevin was the first one to get married.
Well, that's why. He wifed her up because he's like, ain't gonna get better than this. Especially if I'm not on stage shaking it.
And they had a reality show. Like,
I've got to take a break. I'll have Guar tickets for you. Do they have a documentary yet on Hulu? They should. Why not? They've been around a long, long time. Guar is on their Scumdogs 30th anniversary tour. It's going to get them to the House of Blues a week from this Sunday. So if you want to dig Guar, I'll have passes for it when we come back. And then another chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself. Another keyword on the way at 3:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Browns playing the Steelers on Sunday. After a little bit of a mini-bye there. I'll have Terri the Goat's Week 8 picks for you later on as well. I don't think she picked. Oh, she did pick the Browns-Steelers game.
Yeah, she picked
for Sunday.
Oh, no, we don't know this.
We don't know this yet, but sometimes she doesn't
Yeah.
pick the game itself.
Ooh.
But the Steelers will be here, and as it is a home game, that means that the Cox Out pregame party happens downtown. 2 hours before kickoff, so we get going around 10:30. Right downtown at the Ivy with yours truly. That's Wessex and Lakeside, and it's a lot of fun. So I love seeing everybody come out and get the pre-party on downtown Sunday. This weekend, I don't have a minute to breathe this weekend. So I will probably already be hungover from the Rock Hall induction on Sunday morning. We might just stay downtown.
Let me help you out.
So I can walk to the Ivy. What?
This is well, first of all, did you get it? I mean, you might be sleeping at the new studio because there's the Rock Hall induction and a Steelers game tomorrow. The hotels are going to be ridiculous downtown. But let me
Fortunately, the city of
out.
Cleveland has many lovely high-end hotel rooms. Go ahead.
I'll just take those Rock Hall tickets off your hands. That way you don't have to worry about it. You can concentrate on the Cox Out pregame.
It's already all sewn up. Fortunately, I can spin so many plates at once.
I don't want you spreading yourself too thin, Alan. I don't want you coming in here on Monday.
Don't know the meaning of it.
I don't want you coming in here on Monday being like, I just did too much this weekend. I was spread too thin, and I'm spent. So I want you to feel refreshed and ready to go, and therefore I will take your Rock Hall tickets off your hands.
Tell you what. Let's put a pin in that. And if I have to make a game time decision, but we've got 3 shows in 3 days. We've got the Foo Fighters at the House of Blues tonight. We've got Gojira at the Agora tomorrow night. We've got the Rock Hall inductions at the Romo Fijo on Saturday night. I've got the Cox Out on Sunday morning at the Ivy. And in between all that is Halloween stuff. So we've got a couple of Halloween parties that we have to go to. So, I'll keep you in my back pocket. I'll keep you on the brain for.
I got High and Dry tonight. First show, 8 p.m. It's free, and that's in Tremont. And then Sunday, Jokes on You. That's the crowd work comedy show, and it's going to be Halloween themed. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Are you dressing up for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the.
And what's your costume going to be?
I told you already. Detective Crashmore.
Oh, right. Right. Is it bald cap and a beard, or how you gonna? Or
I mean, I'm just gonna
more costuming.
You'll see. Yeah, okay. I got some stuff. And I got my hair cut today, and the lady that cuts my hair, she's like, "What are you gonna be for Halloween?" And I was like, "Detective Crashmore," and she's like, "What's that?" And I showed her the sketch that it's, and she goes, "Oh, this is the show you're talking about that Mary hates?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "I'm gonna have to side with Mary on this one." And I'm like, "That's fine." It almost makes it funnier to me when I see someone not enjoy it.
I will say, though, in the grand scheme of that show, the show that we're talking about is called I Think You Should Leave. It's a Tim Robinson sketch show over on Netflix. The Crashmore one is even more obtuse than The Bones Are Their Money.
Yeah.
Crashmore, I can absolutely see where even if you like that show, you'd go, I don't get this. This is stupid and silly and whatever.
But
I liked it.
The dialogue in it is what makes it for me, where it's just eat bullets, you effing suck.
So I missed it because I was on the phone, but you're wearing your costume tomorrow?
I'm not going to wear it tomorrow. I was going to.
Okay.
I asked to the group chat if anybody was going to wear one tomorrow.
I don't even have one.
And so nobody else is going to do it, so I'm not going to do it. Because I also got other things non-costume related to do after work tomorrow, so I'm not going to do it tomorrow. I'm just going to do it on Sunday for the Jokes on You show.
I think I'm just going to get like a whiteboard and write Lincoln bio and be like an OnlyFans star and just walk around half naked.
Who's Lincoln bio? You're going to walk around half naked. Which half?
Top half.
Where you going?
Yeah! You have a party?
I'm going to a Halloween party. Fancy's having a party.
All right. What's he going to be? Other than just fancy?
I don't know what he's going to do.
He dresses
like
up all the
Fancy-
time, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, I feel like Fancy
Yeah,
is...
but that's not a costume. That's like his real life. So if he's normal, then I'm like, oh my God, what are you wearing?
Huh.
He's like, I'm regular.
Regular. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Roy Wood Jr., if everything works out, I was talking to him. Roy Wood Jr. will join us in a few minutes. His new hour on Comedy Central premieres tomorrow night called Imperfect Messenger. And I'll have another $1,000 here for in a few minutes, too. But the Steelers will be in town to play the Browns. A 105 kick at wherever the Browns play. First Energy Stadium, right? That's what it was just there not long ago.
When players come to play against...
Usually, then they have to pay child support.
Because they're so taken with the Cleveland gals that they leave it in, and yeah. Saying what, Poundcake? What?
I was just curious. Do they stay on like a bus, or do they just fly in, play the game, and fly out? Do they stay here a night or two, or no?
They usually get here the night before the game. They usually fly out after the game.
But do they stay here?
Depending on the situation. So, like, I think when the Browns went out to L.A., they went there a couple days early to get a little more used to the time and kind of settle in, and then go back. But I think they leave usually after the game. But it also depends on if it's a night game or something like that, too.
Well, I was just going to say.
But, like, for Pittsburgh, the Browns have done things where, like, they'll just take a bus to Pittsburgh sometimes.
Yeah, it's close.
A couple hours.
Or they'll be like, you just show up, and, like, sometimes guys will drive themselves. There's different
Baker
situations.
Mayfield packs tuna fish sandwiches for everybody, and then a whole big bag of, like, Capri Suns, and then they get on a bus, and they go to Heinz Field.
And, hey, we don't want to make any stops, so you go to the bathroom before you get on the bus.
You make sure you go wee-wee now.
Yeah.
I don't have to go. Go try.
Go try.
You don't think you do.
Myles Garrett, go try. All right?
I'm not going to get out there and have you... I'm not pulling over on the PA Turnpike. It'll also make you happy, Bill, to know that there is some dissent in the ranks there at the Pittsburgh Steelers because Mike Tomlin, who's the coach, and his players disagree on what the motivation is for this weekend.
Oh.
Eric Ebron with the Steelers says that the team's motivation is the fact that the Browns whooped their ass in the playoffs.
And they whooped our ass at our home and sent us home. So if y'all can't get motivated for that, shouldn't probably be playing football.
Shouldn't be playing football. Mike Tomlin goes, look, I got a lot of rookies here who weren't playing last season. So that's not our rallying cry. So Mike Tomlin trying to get the point across to his guys, and he's been there a long time. Mike Tomlin was a coach when I lived in Pittsburgh. He's been there a long time. So even inside the organization, they can't seem to agree.
Finally,
what's
some
going
dissent.
on. Some
Yes,
dissent.
finally, crumble. Go away, you stupid dynasty. Hate you guys.
This is the first time that the Steelers play the
Go
Browns.
to USC. I know you got one of the best jobs. That's why I want you out. Go to USC.
It's the first time the teams are playing since the Browns beat them in the wild card round back in January. That was a very, very hard loss for Steeler Nation to digest.
Oh, so fun. That was the best.
It was great for
That
Cleveland
was
Browns
the
fans.
Best. Oh my god.
Way less fun
Just like
for
right off
Steelers
the-
fans.
From the first snap of the game, it was just awesome.
Because Steelers live rent-free in the heads of a lot of Cleveland Brown fans, but it does not go the other way.
I've never even heard of him.
It does not go the other way. Because people would say to me when they go, you live in Pittsburgh, what do they think about Browns fans? I'm like, they don't. They don't ever worry about it. They don't consider it. So that's why it was such a tough pill to swallow in that playoff game. Because I think they just assumed, we'll go there, we'll get it done. Alan, what are the times for the Rock? I don't know what that means. I think it's starting at 7 o'clock. I think the event, I've got a couple of pre-event things over there to attend. Yeah, but there's, I think the thing, if you're going, again, if you have got tickets, it'll tell you what time the thing's happening. Let me look at my tickets. 8 p.m. is when it starts. And it's a long night. That's a good 4-hour event. So if you win some of these induction ceremony tickets I'm giving away today and tomorrow, settle in, man, because it's a fun time. It's a long night. People who've only seen it on HBO, they chop it down to a couple of hours. They don't give you the whole thing. So you'll be there for the unadulterated induction ceremony. But it's a good 4 hours. Unless they have maybe with the change of venue, they figured out a way to really just make it smoke, and maybe they've cut down the production time. I don't know. But in years past when I've gone,
I imagine
it's a long night.
Be a long night.
Yeah. Let me give you some money here. It is a shot for you to grab yourself $1,000. A chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BANK to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BANK to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
You know, on the subject of costumes, there are a lot of schools that are banning kids from wearing Squid Game costumes, which seem like they'd be really, the upside of that is it seems like it would be really easy to make.
Yeah.
You either get your kid a green tracksuit and put a number on it, or you got him a helmet with something black on it and you take a chalk triangle and put it on there. But there are a lot of principals around the country that are emailing parents and saying, we don't want to see kids in Squid Game costumes because it's a very violent show.
But I mean,
it's a violent show. Now, are kids watching Squid Game? It seemed like a parent.
Is this for like elementary school? Because like in high school, we never dressed up on Halloween. Like that was not something people. And if they did, like they still had rules. Like you can't wear masks in school anyway. So
an email from one principal at a school said, we have observed that some students at recess have been playing a version of Squid Game, which the show is intended for mature audiences, and due to concerns,
they're children's games.
They are, and there's the rub. What do? These kids let's have a red light, green light.
Like, nope, it's banned, too violent.
They're not killing each other.
Yeah, exactly. So who cares?
So there are a handful of schools around the country that are running into this, and I would imagine more preemptively than anything else.
There's plenty of times when I was in gym class or at recess, not being the most athletic kid, that I would gladly welcome death.
Please, someone kill me over here, all right? So red light, I got to tell you, I forget we're watching Squid Game. I've watched the first.
Sounds like you're not watching Squid Game.
I don't know if Gwen's going to hang out. I will continue it because we're a couple episodes in. And I guess I should finish it because people are like, oh, you should finish it, whatever. But I keep forgetting that we're even watching it. So there are school districts in Florida and in other states that are sending out emails to parents going, hey, New York is another one.
Tell you what.
We don't want your elementary school kids in Squid Game costumes for Halloween.
It sounds like it's important to you to finish it. So take Saturday off, finish Squid Game. I'll go to the Rock Hall ceremony. Sound good?
Shut up, Bill. I'm not doing that. I'm going to spin my plates the way I always do, and I'm going to make it all work out. Let me talk to Roy Wood Jr. here.
You know, one white ally that goes unsung, in my opinion, is evil white actors in civil rights movies. If you're going to tell the history of my people the right way, every now and then you need a white actor being a heinous motherfucker on that camera. You telling me Leo DiCaprio didn't kill it in Django Unchained? That's one of the bravest white allies I ever seen in my life. Called Jamie Foxx a nigga to his face. Not an empty chair, but like they did CGI Jamie Foxx later. Jamie Foxx was in that room and Leo was right there grabbing Kerry Washington and shit by the hair. Put 10 toes in the ground and called Jamie Foxx a nigga to his face in front of Samuel L. Jackson. Bravery. And all they do, they love to say, oh, Tom Cruise does his own stunts. Well, so does Leonardo DiCaprio.
There's Roy Wood Jr. The new hour is called Imperfect Messenger, and it premieres tomorrow night on Comedy Central, 10:30 Eastern. You just did this. It's like still fresh out the oven.
Fresh out the oven, still a little gooey in the middle.
Yeah.
Get it out there.
Was that
this October 16th? Yeah.
Was that important to you to do? I mean, I assume you were kind of looking at what Chappelle was doing. You're like, why not do that? Why sit on it for 6 months?
What for? What?
Yeah.
Why do we shoot this and then we need a marketing strategy and hey man, forget it.
No,
put up 2 tweets, put a picture, put a graphic over it. If somebody watches it, they'll watch it.
Right.
But sitting on this, like, we have to change the way we do television, and we also have to change the way we do live comedy. And, you know, I think part of why Chappelle did what he did, like, granted, 846 had way more gravitas than me telling jokes about Brazilian butt lifts and police reform. It's in Leo DiCaprio, but I think that it's important that we also remember, Alan, that an asteroid could hit the Earth at any moment, and there could be a new Delta, Lambda, whatever the hell variant that sends people into a tizzy, and then you're the comedian on TV who is talking about stuff that we are already past and not even talking about anymore.
Yeah, not everybody's looking for gravitas, too. I mean, nobody does frustrated and confused like Roy Wood Jr., and that's what I like to see. I mean, yeah, everybody kind of looks at Chappelle and blah, 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 but it's like there's plenty of room for everybody to do their own thing, and not everybody's looking for gravitas.
Of course. And so for me, it's just, if comedy is to reflect the times, then the sooner you can get the comedy on television, the better it reflects the times we're in. I wanted to do it live, if I'm going to be straight up.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it live, and Comedy Central said, you're a lunatic, we're not going to do that. How about 10 days?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Now, what was the issue with it live? Just a production, money, logistics, and it would have been a pain in the ass, or they just didn't want to do it?
Apparently, doing live television is way more expensive. I did not know this.
You got to get satellite trucks and everything.
Yeah. I didn't know that a satellite truck costs more money. I thought it was just a production. I just thought we set up the Wi-Fi hotspot and beam this bitch out to the world.
Right. Like, meanwhile, YouTubers can put this together and do it live, no problem. But Comedy Central's like, we can't do live.
Right.
That's impossible.
Yeah, but that's the goal. That's the next goal.
Instagram live, but Comedy Central can't.
Yeah. Instagram can go live, but not us. You know,
we were talking when I mentioned yesterday that you were going to be on the show today. We were talking very briefly about, a lot of people drop stuff on Netflix, and Bill pointed out, being on the Daily Show, you're already in the Viacom family. So was that a part of the whole thing? Corporate synergy and whatnot. They were like, we're going to do it on Comedy Central, or was there any conversation about dropping it somewhere else?
There was a conversation. The first 2 were for sure with Comedy Central. The third one I didn't owe to the network, but, I also feel like you dance with the people who, dash to the ball.
Yep.
So, pre-Comedy Central, nobody was checking for me, if we're just going to be honest, in terms of our specials. You can pull up my IMDb. It's just Conan.
Yep.
Conan is, like, for years and years. Letterman showed me some love as well, but there's no half hours, there's no hour specials. And what's wild is that a lot of the jokes that I did on the first special were jokes that I submitted to other networks for consideration, and they said no. So, the Daily Show definitely helps. So, I figure, hey, why not? Let's go around the block one more time.
You started this. You started this.
Who's watching TV live on a Friday
yeah, that's
night?
on a Friday night at 10:30 Eastern. You started this. You started Daily Show the same night as Trevor Noah, didn't you?
Yes, I did, and I think I was more nervous than he was. He was very cool. I was like going through it because it's live.
Yeah,
it's on 9 channels. It's one thing to suck on Comedy Central, but to suck across the whole Viacom family and network.
Yeah.
Have you ever bombed on BET and VH1 and Comedy Central at the same time?
In between Aerosmith videos, there's Roy Wood Jr.
That's not fair. That's not fair to anybody.
Yeah. What happened to Reestablish, by the way? I remember a couple of years ago they were talking about, like, and I know development deals come and go, but I thought that was something that was happening, and it sounded really funny.
Dude, we were close. We were effing close on the probation officer sitcom, and then we got a new writer. I lost the producer, my showrunner, Aaron Magruder. We got a new producer. We were doing a whole rewrite. COVID hit. The merger hit with CBS. They changed the whole creative direction. No more scripted shows on Viacom.
Right.
So, it is what it is. But I was thankful for the opportunity. We sold something, though, to Fox with Dennis Leary, where we're basically going to just be a National Guard unit. God bless the National Guard. They need a damn show. They're like America's temp service. They just come in.
Right.
And just show up and do all the jobs nobody can do or will do. Like right now, I think in Boston, like COVID is, or like the anti-vax, whatever's going on, there's not enough school bus drivers. There's National Guardsmen, as we speak, driving 4th graders to school. This is not what you trained for. This was not in the commercial.
Isn't Jim Tooze a Coast Guard alum? Isn't he a veteran of the Coast Guard?
The Coast Guard, yeah, not the
Coast Guard, yeah,
not the National Guard.
National Guard, yeah. Oh, I'm thinking it.
Yeah, National Guard. You know the National Guard. They're the ones who show up who were just on the couch yesterday, and now they're in charge of stopping a global pandemic.
Yeah, they're the ones that gave me my shot. Like that's
yeah.
Yeah, and that was not in the commercial at all.
I was happy to, by the way, I think it was just one episode, but I was happy to see you pop up in that, the Martin Short, Steve Martin thing, that Only Murders in the Building.
Only Murders in the Building. Yeah, dude, let me tell you something, man. Steve Martin, coolest dude. Only person I've seen do something more amazing with the script is Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
Those are the only two. I did an ABC pilot with Whoopi Goldberg. I saw her come in on some Rain Man type stuff, look at the script 2 times, and had everything memorized.
That's
I've never
pretty
seen
wild.
anything like this in my life.
Yeah, it's wild.
Insane.
I'll tell you what.
Martin Short and Steve Martin, they find moments between the words. Like, they act when you're talking. Like, it's hard to explain, but they're magicians, dude.
I hate to be biased, but my favorite Roy Wood Jr. credit is still the Alan Cox 50th birthday video. That's my.
I think that's the best one. That's
it was.
Of my finest work.
You did some great work there. It was very entertaining.
What I must also say was that before Daily Show, I submitted my tape for consideration for the Alan Cox 38th birthday video and it turned down.
Yeah, well, we were traveling different paths then, weren't we? Roy Wood Jr.'s new hour premieres tomorrow night on Comedy Central. I'm going to let you go do your thing. 10:30 Eastern, Paramount Plus, Comedy Central. It's called Imperfect Messenger. He just shot it. It's fresh out the oven. It's not even a month old. It's a couple weeks old. And very funny. I love talking to you. Good luck with all of it.
Hey, thank you, brother.
Thank you, pal. Let me take a break here. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
masturbation. It's a subject many people feel uncomfortable with and don't talk about.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send me a text. You can do it there. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live. Thanks to Jerf DeQuilliquax for helping out in the video department. And a brand new episode of the Poundcake podcast is there for you as well. He does a deep dive on the Monica Lewinsky, Linda Tripp situation. Well, you're watching American Crime Story Impeachment.
Yes.
And going deep on that.
I watched the first couple episodes. It's pretty good.
I told you, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's interesting.
But like, do you feel Linda Tripp at some point? Like, do you feel connected with her?
Connected with her.
I like when John Goodman played her on Saturday Night Live.
know,
That's what I think of when I think of Linda Tripp.
They make reference to that in the show.
And she's dead now, right? Didn't Linda Tripp pass away?
Like April 2020. Yeah, she did.
Yeah, okay.
I don't feel any. Well, I'm 2 episodes in, and yeah, she got done dirty, but she still seems not. I don't know. She's not someone that I relate to.
Everyone was playing her like she was just some snitch, and while she did snitch, and there was no need to, she was also put in a very awful situation. What she should have done
is the contention that she was doing it in the national interest.
No, she was doing it to cover her own ass, which is what I can most people can relate to.
Right.
Because you see this bright-eyed...
Don't drag me into your stuff.
Exactly. This girl's coming in, she's having an affair with the most powerful person in the world, and she's openly bragging about it in the Pentagon. And she is being reckless. He's being reckless. And Tripp had already been thrown out of the White House for doing her job or doing her job to the best of her ability. And she didn't feel appreciated. She felt undervalued. And this girl comes in. She's like,
that's also why people were so conflicted about Linda Tripp, because they saw her as just, this was a revenge thing.
But I didn't see it as a revenge thing.
Totally. How do you not see it as a revenge thing?
It was very much a revenge thing.
But it wasn't. But she couldn't. She didn't seek it out.
But she was also
she saw an opportunity and she manipulated it.
The phrase,
they were going to lie.
The phrase "disgruntled employee" is thrown around a lot. Anytime somebody leaves a job, whether they have, a lot of times somebody will leave a job or they'll be fired and they'll talk a lot of trash when they leave. They're always referred to as a disgruntled employee, as though that's some blanket way to discredit what that person is saying. But Linda Tripp was a disgruntled employee.
But I feel like rightfully so.
But also, and therein lies the rub, is that also Monica Lewinsky was confiding things in her that...
That's what I have a problem with.
I felt
it's like she built a friendship with Monica Lewinsky and then...
it was almost like entrapment.
Yeah.
But I don't
people
feel like
accused her of that.
But what about Monica entrapping Linda? I felt like she entrapped her because
how so? Again, I lived through this. I was in no, I wasn't in college. This would have been his second term. So I was living in Michigan when this was all going on. I was doing radio by then. But a lot of the details are obviously foggy because it was 25 years ago.
Well, that's why I said you should watch the show, because I feel like the way it goes down, I feel like Monica also entrapped Linda, because now that she knows all this information, Monica's way is like, well, I'm going to lie, Bill's going to lie.
I haven't gotten that far yet.
Well, you know how it turns out. So if you don't lie, then...
let's all get our story straight, but that's putting somebody in a really tough position.
So once I get to that part, maybe I'll change. But right now, I'm only on episode 2, so it just seems like it's still unfolding right now. So
Linda Tripp should have demanded a threesome in exchange for her silence. Fine, I'll keep my mouth shut after this threesome. After this threesome.
And again, I didn't know it was an affair. I thought it was a one-off. I thought she was just some bimbo, some floozy that, wanted to top off the president of the United States. I didn't know it was an affair. I didn't know that they were like dating and exchanging gifts and books and intellectual...
Yeah, he gave her that Leaves of Grass book. That book, Walt Whitman, right? Leaves of Grass. That book was shot up the bestseller charts after that was made public, that he gifted her a book.
And Hillary is just as tough as nails. Like, she just...
It's Edie Falco, right?
I don't know who the actor is.
That's Carmela Soprano. Edie Falco, I think, plays Hillary Clinton.
Nobody plays cheated on like Edie Falco.
Right.
That is her specialty.
It really is.
But she just rights the ship. Like, I truly believe Hillary was like that. Like, whatever, go. If it's going to be in the press, we got to get on it right now. Go, go, go. Like, she's all business, and she's like an authority figure. Like, Bill was like her child, and she was the mother.
Remember the movie Primary Colors? Did you ever see that where John Travolta played? Well,
No,
it wasn't about Clinton, but it was very clearly this guy Joe Klein who had published the book under he was anonymous, and then he outed himself as the author. But it's called Primary Colors, and it was a very, very thinly veiled profile of the Clintons, and John Travolta plays this Southern governor, and that was a fun movie. Because that movie, I think, took a few more liberties where they were like, okay, how much of this is actually true and how much of it? But it was very clearly about the Clintons. I don't think there was a Lewinsky angle to it. I think it was earlier than that. But that was a fun movie. Listen, I'm a sucker for Travolta in any kind of wig. What do you want from me? Battlefield Earth, everybody hates that movie. Come on, he's got tubes in his nose. What's cool for Dune, but not L. Ron Hubbard? Yeah, I guess I'll have to watch that.
Yeah.
Alan, big surprise. Poundcake sides with the snitch.
But I give my reasons why. I don't want to associate myself with her because she has that stink on her. Like, recording people, and the only reason why she recorded was because no one would believe her. And no one would believe her is because she snicks before. And she snicks before because they didn't give her props at doing her job.
Would you start recording someone if they were telling you stuff and you were like, oh, this is not going to... this could implicate me in some way. You'd start recording.
Not if it was.
You'd open up a voice note, wouldn't you?
Not if it was a two-party state. Here is in Ohio, we're a one-party state, so I can record all willy-nilly if I want to.
Willy-nilly, he'd record. What if William Nilly wasn't talking to you that day?
He could call me the next day.
Yeah.
But yes, if it came down to no one would believe me,
Like, no one's going to believe you. You're the big mouth on the radio. No one's going to believe you. You're not credible.
Okay, bitch. Hit record, hit screen grab, and we'll see who believes me.
Poundcake.
Yes?
This is William Nilly.
What up, girl? What you laughing at?
Nothing. I was just calling to talk to you.
Hey, hold on 1 second.
You're not recording this, are you?
Oh, of course not, girl. I wouldn't do that to you.
I gotta tell you, I don't know what's going on over here, but I cannot get enough of this dude. I cannot get enough of him.
What's the D like?
Oh, the A, B, the C, the D, all of it's good. We run the alphabet.
Is it curved like a J?
I'm sorry?
Is it curved like a J?
More like an S.
Ooh.
Is that a problem?
I don't even want to record this. I mean,
what did you say?
Nothing.
You're not recording this, are you?
Of course not.
Oh, thank God. I can trust you, right?
Depends.
William Nilly can trust you, right?
Bill Nilly, of course.
Bill Nilly, okay.
Hey, Poundcake, we're running out of tape.
Who was that?
No,
who was that?
It's the help.
What help? You're too poor to have help.
That's why I have help. I buy government assistant help.
Government assistance help. Uh-huh. All right. I know where.
Running out of tape. Literal tape. Hold on, let me rewind.
There's tape on the floor.
Anybody got a
recorders
pencil?
back then? You didn't have a digital recorder even back then.
I don't even know how to record a phone call.
Well, there's apps that'll let you do it now. There's apps you can put on your phone that will record the phone call.
There was a prank that my friend used to do in high school. We had this app, I told you about this before, called Bluff My Call. And he wanted to get back at his girlfriend. And so he would disguise his number. No, what did he do? He would disguise his number as a girl that he liked. And
that was just a spoofing app, right?
Yeah, so you could change your number,
right?
And the boyfriend would get mad because it was a dude that this girl swears she wasn't seeing, but yet his number would pop up in her phone, and it wasn't really the guy's number; it was another guy's number. And her boyfriend broke up with her because she thought that she was seeing her on the side.
By the way, you know I'm recording you right now, right?
I'm always recording. Her family hung her out to dry. And that's why I recorded of myself. So imagine what other people have of me. Poop time. Poop time.
Welcome to Poundcake's new podcast, Poop Time.
Poop time.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's podcasts that you only listen to while you're like pooping. Like I'm sure there's a poop time.
Yeah, but for
podcast.
you that would have to be a 30-minute podcast.
Oh, honey, not 30.
For other
an
people,
hour.
like a buddy of mine just started like he does like a 60-second thing as a goof,
However-
You'd need a 30-minute podcast if you're going to listen to it on the toilet.
However long it takes to get the ring around your cheeks. Is that a 30-minute podcast? Or
You mean from the seat?
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
When you hear the when you get up.
Oh God, you have suction you've been sitting there so long? Jesus.
I am the toilet.
I am weed. He's the Machine Gun Kelly of bathrooms. Speaking of which, there is a town called Carson, California. For our bureau chiefs in the greater Los Angeles area, you know right where this is. Carson, California is, it's not a great area. It's not real big. It's between Compton and Long Beach. Now you know you're in trouble. Right where the 110 and the 405 meet. Here's somebody talking about it.
I know a shortcut through El Segundo. Take the 105 West and exit on Cabo. When you see the Zanko chicken on the left, turn right. Take Venice and follow it all the way down. Then you're in Marina Del Rey.
Yeah, so that's how you get there. Anyway, people in Carson, California are really, really upset. This obviously is not an affluent community because the whole town has smelled like farts for weeks. The mayor and the city council have declared a local emergency. They're trying to get state funds from Gavin Newsom to pay for hotel rooms and air filters. There's some kind of pervasive, noxious odor that is floating through Carson, California.
Is this a city that...
If this was El Segundo, if this was Huntington Beach, we already would have got the resources and the rescue that we need.
Yep, he's saying if this was Huntington Beach, El Segundo, that are much wider and more affluent communities, this would have been taken care of already. But they have people in, this is essentially South Central Los Angeles. They say the people have had a complaint of headaches and nausea. But for weeks, there has been a rotten egg, sulfur, fart, body odor smell that is floating through Carson, California. The smell is emanating. They know where it's coming from. It's not a mystery. It's coming from the Dominguez Channel, where decaying vegetation and dead marine life have built up. And so you end up with all this hydrogen sulfide. You end up with the things that emanate from dead vegetation. And, it's like composting.
Right.
Right? And it's affecting the people in this community. I don't think we have a bureau chief in Carson, California, but we have people near there. And they might be subject
to the fart wind.
To the South Central fart winds. That's right. And it's terrible.
What's Spanish
you don't want that.
for fart? This is like El Nino 2.
Right, electric boogaloo. I don't know what the Spanish word is for fart.
Pedo.
Pedo?
Pedo.
Oh, that's El Pedo is fart or wind or...
Pedo.
Yeah.
Pedo.
Was that somebody's stomach?
That was my stomach.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just heard a pedo over there.
Yeah, that was an inside fart.
Pedo.
So the Spanish word for fart is P-E-D-O, which gets Poundcake all excited. But nevertheless... What?
Are you recording this? Hey, I molest children.
No. I mean, so they're having a hard time with that out there in... I was reading... Somebody wrote a big, long article about how it's okay if you fart at yoga.
Yeah.
Please don't.
That's part of it.
That's part of it. Like, that's very common during yoga.
Oh, my God.
You're farting in yoga. I used to go to yoga. I mean, back in the day, I went to yoga a lot. And I'm surprised at how many people still get, like, bent out of shape about that, because that's gonna happen. A lot of poses, if you're doing them right, you're gonna fart.
Yeah.
You're bearing down. If
Moving
you're
around, it's like the...
Yeah. Traditionally, the better your diet, the more you fart. There's actually a pose called the wind relieving pose, right?
It's built for farts.
Yep, the Apanasana. If somebody's
fart
giving you all
tough.
those Sanskrit poses, you're lying down and your knees are in your chest. That's the fart pose. But because yoga is not primarily, but it's largely women in yoga classes, and they are sometimes a little bit more concerned about the farting than maybe a guy would be. And so there's this big, long article about how it's okay to fart in yoga class.
Fart your farts. All for it.
The downward facing dog. And they spell it all out. might lead to farting, but for you ladies, it says, it might lead to queefing in quotation marks. Especially if you've just had a baby, it says. That it may, yoga is really good for you postpartum, but there might be some residual hormones that will screw you up. Excessive postpartum gas or pelvic floor dysfunction. They're like, you got to make sure that your pelvic floor is also taken care of because you don't want chronic pelvic pain.
How do you take care of that?
You just keep it tight down there.
That's Kegels, I think, right?
Yep, Kegels, yep, you can do those.
Do some Kegels.
Yep.
Keep pelvic floor nice and taut.
They say when if your farts leak out involuntarily and frequently inside yoga class or not, you should get that checked out. It's called flatus incontinence.
Ooh. Yeah, you don't want seepy farts. You want to fart your farts. You don't want your farts farting you.
Nu är det slut för den här veckan, men ni ser oss på måndag igen. Hej då!
Right. You don't want what they call an inefficient anal sphincter. You want sphincter efficiency. So, because you hear more and more about people diagnosed with things like IBS or Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, the people who, their motto is traditionally, you can't trust a fart. I don't know if those people would feel comfortable at all in a yoga class. But yoga teachers will tell you, listen, this is a normal thing. It's good. It means you're relaxed. And the more relaxed you are, we can really just get there and take care of what your pelvic floor is relaxed, and your mind, body, and spirit are just ready to transcend into the next plane of existence. Hey, Steve.
Listen, I'm for a long time, and my first fear was that I would be the guy, 40-year-old guy in yoga that would fall and be all embarrassed about it. But I'm way more afraid about going and just busting out and laughing hysterically at everybody else farting, and then just not being able to stop laughing.
I would be too.
Yeah.
I would, yeah. Because that's
always funny.
It's a reflex, and I don't know how you would not laugh. I'm with you. I would be more worried about the laughing.
Right, and there's nothing else that you do voluntarily or more involuntarily that's funny all the time. Like
because you're in there and you're not trying to make people feel bad about themselves, but obviously you're going to chuckle if somebody, especially if you're behind them.
Yeah, it's a toot.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I appreciate the call. Joe in Philly.
Yeah, what up, guys?
What's going on?
Hey, so I know a couple of contractors who have done work in Indian homes, and they say it is commonplace for them just to pass gas, burp. They don't really look down upon basic human functions of the body. So I'm surprised that. I'm not surprised. This is mainly.
We're very uptight in this country.
Right, exactly.
Indian cultures, I mean, they're the ones that came up with it. So they're like, hey, man, I'll get my Apanasana.
They have such a plant-based diet that they're going to fart a lot. Like that.
Well, they got all their spicy foods as well.
Yeah, so you put that,
gonna happen.
all that together, it's a very fart-forward society.
Fart forward. It is very fart forward. Their pelvic floors are, man, they are loud and proud about them. Okay, hey, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, they said.
All right, there's Joe in Philly. Another one of Philadelphia's favorite sons is one Big Jay Oakerson, and he's doing the weekend at Hilarities, and so we'll catch up with him shortly. I'll have tickets for Black Label Society for you coming back. They're doing a show in a couple of weeks at the House of Blues, and then 4:30 is going to be the next keyword for you to grab $1,000.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everyone.
Get you a couple of tickets for Black Label Society. Zach Wilde and company are back in Cleveland in a couple of weeks with Obituary and Prong. Tommy Victor and the boys on stage at the House of Blues. All three bands Monday, November the 15th. It's going to be a good one. LiveNation.com if you need any further info on the show. Caller 10. These tickets are yours. I will see you there. Black Label Society and friends. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've just been told that Sphincter Efficiency is opening up that Foo Fighters show tonight at the House of Blues. That's going to be a lot of fun. Are you going? You're doing shows.
I have a show.
All this stuff that's going on and around you. Big Jay Oakerson is here. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. It's been a long time since you've been in here.
It's been a while.
Probably since you've been a lot of places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was funny walking out of the hotel today. I saw the House of Blues sign and the line already forming. I'm like,
oh, really?
Oh, I guess we're competing with the Foo Fighters tonight.
Right around the corner, too.
In a great small venue.
Yeah. 6:30. Yeah, that's still way before anything gets going over there. But I mentioned before the break, I said I called you one of Philadelphia's favorite sons, and I go, oh, I don't know if that's right. Yeah. Are you from Philly?
I'm from Philly.
Okay, I thought I misremembered maybe. Or
the city gives me zero love. I still pay for every Sixers and Eagles game I go to. I get no.
Yeah.
I get no. I said I'm going to stop going to the games now live and spending so much money because I go and I just stare.
Do
at
you?
Everyone with their feet on the the feet right on the court seats.
Yeah.
I just stare.
Oh,
at
at Sixers games, yeah.
And if the people in those seats check out of the game and look at their phone for a second, I'm just furious.
Enraged.
Yeah, because they're right there.
I'm like, oh, look at this old man's young hot girlfriend just sucking a lollipop and looking in her phone. It drives me nuts.
She couldn't care less what's going on.
Couldn't care less.
Yeah. It's like that Curb Your Enthusiasm, like season 2, where he trips Shaq because he's not paying attention, Larry David on the sidelines or whatever, at courtside. So if you go and are you able to throw a piece of popcorn and then just look around like you don't know who did it? Like in junior high, just kind of do that.
Philly way.
That's really, I stare at M. Night Shyamalan. That's who's always in the front row at the Sixers.
Oh, is that
games.
true?
Yeah,
he's a big Philly guy.
I know he's not paying for those seats.
Yeah.
That's the twist.
You never saw it coming. His interest was dead the whole time. You didn't know. Big J is at Hilarities this weekend. That's tonight. It's tomorrow. It's Saturday with Mary Santora.
Yes, indeed.
Who's out today. And you and Dan still doing the bonfire?
Yes, indeed. We're back on Faction Talk now on Sirius XM.
On Sirius, yeah. I had him on back in July, and he said that it had been because with everything going on over the past year, there were comics that were like. Some people I would talk to, they'd go, I'm just going and performing wherever I can. Mm-hmm. And then there are other people who just hunkered down like everybody else. And I was curious if you guys were in the studio doing the show. He said you guys had been like at your respective.
So, no, we did it for a long time just over Zoom.
Yeah.
Like everybody was doing. But, man, and as a radio guy, the energy is just different. There's benefits. It's nice to, flip on a switch and just sit in your house in sweatpants. But something about being in the studio.
We never stopped coming in. We came in the whole time. Mm-hmm. We did 2 days when everything first cratered out. Mm-hmm. They brought some company in to the early days of this. Nobody knew what was going on. So they're like Silkwood showering the whole building, right? So they brought some company in to clean this floor. So we did a couple of shows at Bill's apartment.
But we were all there.
We were all there. And I was like, well, if no one is coming back, we should just go in because it was going to be this colossal pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Because it's not just us talking. It's like I got goofy sound effects and music and all that crap.
Of course, videos you bring up and everything.
Yeah. So we were, and for a while, we were the only ones here. And it was cool at first, but then it got real creepy. It got Walking Dead creepy by month 6, 7, 8.
Especially when someone would show up and we'd be like, what are you doing in our space?
That's right.
Get out of
it
here.
Got very
I don't know. I'm the boss.
We've been back at Sirius in the building, which everyone's not back. I think January is when they said everyone's got to come back.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure, our Sam and
Sam and Jim are back?
They're in, yeah.
Bennington's not
right
in studio. And then we're in studio, and I think that might be close to it. But now, over the last week,
Stern's
I started
still at
seeing
home.
a few still at home.
Yeah.
But he's starting to talk like he's coming back.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, because there's some people that you became very clear now that the opportunity is there for them, they're never going back. But like you said, I would not want to be at home because I still, maybe it's old school or it's dopey or whatever, but like I'm still somebody where like brain wise, I need to go somewhere. Like I need to go to an office or I need to go to a studio. And it would be fun for like a couple of weeks to be like, yeah, I'm in my living room. But then like you've got a kid, right? I don't know how
She's
old.
19 now, though.
Is she that old? So you don't have a little kid.
No.
Say I start all over. So like I have a 5-year-old, and I'm like, this is not going to work if she's like coming up to me and talking to me and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
You know,
but then you get those cute moments
Oh,
like on
yeah.
the news where
That'll
the
be
kids
real
come in,
cute. Yeah.
and I was like, oh, that's adorable.
Yeah.
But by the like 2 weeks into COVID, everybody's like, enough of the kids. Lock your doors.
Right, yeah.
Fire that nanny.
Then there's all of like, then they had all of like then your wife walks by naked behind you because she doesn't know.
That's
like all
right.
those different things. Go like, oh, man.
Honey, why are you naked in this corner of the basement where I'm doing the show? Big Jay Oakerson is doing Hilarities this weekend. One show tonight. Yeah, it's like a 7 o'clock show or something.
7 o'clock tonight, and then 2 tomorrow, 2 Saturday.
And then you can go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the details. The first guest that we had back in here after like a year and a half was your girl Lynn Coplitz.
Oh, yeah.
From Z-Rock back in the day.
I love Lynn.
She was fantastic,
She's
but
so
it was
fun.
weird to have somebody in here again.
Yeah.
We've only had a handful of people in. I mean, you're probably like the 5th or 6th person we had in here. you know?
Really?
Yeah.
Some people are probably still afraid to do. I guess it's all vaccination status and stuff,
Which
too.
is fine, yeah. But
Sure.
it's also just kind of a thing where, you know, you want to talk to somebody and, you know, just have an interaction.
That's been the other. Interviewing people over Zoom who you don't know is very difficult, too.
Can't get a rhythm with them.
You cannot get a
Even
rhythm.
if you do know them, the rhythm's weird because you're like, hope your Wi-Fi is good or whatever.
Delays and then someone freezing and all that kind of stuff. So,
And where like we'll do that thing where it'll drop out their audio because someone made a little sound on. I do a podcast too, and I stopped doing Zoom interviews because they're garbage.
well, I mean, we had some. I mean, Sebastian Bach walked off one of our shows. Walked off. He turned his Zoom off.
Yeah, he closed his laptop.
What was also funny was he couldn't figure out how to get out of the meeting, so he just turned his camera off for a bit.
Yeah,
and just sat there awkwardly, and then eventually like cut himself off.
Right.
But it was ridiculous because I made a gay joke about Rob Halford.
Yeah.
And
he didn't like it.
I mean, he threw a hissy fit essentially, and left the show, like signed out of the show
because of that.
Because of that, then I was very happy to remind everybody that this is a guy who wore a T-shirt, if you remember, at the Grammys. That was pretty harsh, and I can't say it on here.
Well, it said AIDS kills fags dead.
Yeah, and it's
which is a play on the Raid commercials
thing,
at the time.
Kills bugs dead.
Yep.
And he wore that loud and I would never do something like that.
No.
The joke I made was a stupid like
a throwaway.
That's the worst part is that when it ends up in articles and stuff on like Metal Sludge and everything.
Oh, really? It went that far?
Yeah, the problem is when it comes out, they're reading, you go, please, guys, this was something I said so like...
Right.
It's like, please don't make me have to stand behind this joke so hard.
Yeah.
And then the coolest thing in the world was 3 weeks later, we had Rob Halford on, and I told him the situation, what I said and everything, and he was so cool.
I love Rob Halford.
Rob Halford, he goes, in fact, when I said that, he laughed and he was like, Sebastian's just like, you know, he's all over the place.
Sure.
He was like, he's a good guy. He was like defending him, but just going, he's a good guy, but he's just frantic all the time. And he was like, I love this. He goes, I've always wanted to be roasted. In fact, I'd love to be roasted, like an actual roast. And I'm like, this guy rules.
Yeah.
He was roasted.
But I mean, Rob Halford, after 50 years or whatever, like, what has Rob Halford not heard?
Right.
You know?
I mean, yeah, completely. So he was so chill about it. But Sebastian Bach was always just to be, and that was a bummer because my age, particularly too, 43, I'm like, man, 18 in life.
He was the guy.
I mean, he was beautiful and so amazing.
Yeah.
And I watch on my own choice often every year, like them performing at Wembley Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And like how amazing his voice was, and how he could hit those notes.
Monsters of Rock and all that stuff, yeah.
All week, I was so excited for that interview, and then we had him on. It was I mean, 5 minutes. 5 minutes in, and he just shut everything down. Like, all right.
It also sounds like you might have just gotten him at a bad time. Like it wasn't really that, but he
Well, I
was
think
maybe
it was a lot.
you think it was?
If you follow his social media at all, like again for like a rocker, like a rock star guy, like it was not. He could not get over that Trump thing. I mean, he was.
Oh, really?
He was on the Trump like anger.
Wait, he liked him or didn't like him?
Hated him.
Oh, okay.
And just like it was nonstop that, and you're almost like, I don't know, man.
That kind of surprises me. I mean, he always, at least back in the day, and obviously people change or whatever, but he strikes me as a guy that would kind of maybe be the same guy that he was before. I wonder what happened there.
I don't know, but I've been surprised by. I went to Stained in Corn.
Yeah.
Like a month and a half ago.
That was one of the first times I ever saw you was opening for Korn. Yeah.
But I went to see Stained in Corn a month ago, and had no idea that Aaron Lewis is like
wild
right wing. And
he's wearing like a Fauci is a liar
Fauci
t-shirt.
lies.
Yeah,
that's what it says, and his hat says impeach Joe Biden.
Yes.
And by the way, I'm not political at all, so I couldn't give a shit either direction.
Right.
Hate Trump, love him, means nothing to me. So I was surprised,
but he's also kind of gone country too, and I wonder if like
That
there's a
influenced
reason you pivot that way because not pandering, but like if that's how you are, you're going to go to that, you know.
Well, it's funny knowing the guys from Korn who were texting him afterwards. I'm like, that's got to be a weird thing to follow, huh? And then Jonathan Davis comes out on stage and goes like, guys, the world's so much bad stuff right now. Let's just have fun, man.
Yeah,
like,
let's have a good time. Here's Freak on a Leash.
Yeah.
Some happy music.
And then I saw Slipknot a few weeks later, and Corey Taylor couldn't preach more love.
Yeah.
Let's not be divided. Let's all that stuff together. And they still started an F Joe Biden chant at the concert. I'm like, this is really like
It's weird.
I've never had metal shows feel politicized.
Right.
Almost ever.
Right. Well,
unless it was within the music.
Unless it was something you knew going in overtly. Like if you see Rage Against the Machine, you know what you're in for, right? Or if you hold that thought, I got to give away some money here. We'll take 30 seconds here. It's a chance for you to go fund to yourself. It's $1,000, so listen closely. And good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Big Jay Oakerson is doing hilarities tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. Mary Santora with him on Friday and Saturday. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the details. Are you doing, I think of guys like, I talk to Don Jameson pretty frequently, and like Florentine and like, Brewer before Metallica. Are you going up before bands now, or is that kind of a thing of the past for you?
I haven't done it in a while. I would, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, what I do usually is, I'm doing again in February, I think, Viragos it's called.
Yeah.
Like these chartered cruise ships of bands. That's Rob Zombie and Mudvayne.
Yeah.
Blackstone Cherries, I think so. It's that'll be a fun one. So I do those, but I haven't. I would go out with a band again if I could. The radio job makes it hard to do that with any regularity. But if anybody asked me to do it again, it would be so cool. I was looking at this over here. It was making me laugh so hard.
The Blacklist?
The Blacklist.
Oh, yeah.
Alan Cox Show, African American listeners. When we first started Bonfire, me and Soder, we had a thing too, because we were saying we were trying to find a list of. We're like, and we want our black listeners to call in and tell us if Huey Lewis crosses lines of race. Maybe more than any. Huey Lewis and Hall & Oates.
Hall & Oates, I've heard.
May cross the racial lines more than any two.
It's that blue-eyed soul. Hall & Oates are Philly guys, too.
Yeah,
so it's like, their bona fides are solid. But you strike me, if somebody goes to see Big J live, you still strike me as a guy where you would zero in on and I thought of this because you were talking about the girl at the Sixers game, that you would zero in on somebody who you just kind of glance at and they don't look like they're having fun.
Oh, that's my fear.
Is that the person that you zoom in on and you
Always,
go,
yeah.
But because you have everybody else.
That can go out, and I'll tell the story on stage a couple of the shows this weekend, but it's so funny when I do that. Usually, my intention of doing that is to get them to start enjoying themselves. I want everyone to have fun, so I don't just go.
You're not mean about it.
And then if they're nasty, you can turn it to a way to make them feel horrible and maybe they'll just leave on their own.
Right.
But you don't start off nasty. You're just kind of inferring.
Right in the beginning, I'm like, in fact, I usually try to go along. I go, I know. It's like, did you not even know? Especially if someone doesn't know what they were coming into. I'm like, I know I'm dirty and all this stuff. And so I get it, and I don't get upset about it. I try to like incorporate them and get them involved. But in Royersford, Pennsylvania, in the season, I did that with a young girl who was a young white girl hung up on everyone being racist. She said everyone's racist, which I was just going like, Miss, come on, stop it. Like this is crazy. And just the back and forth we had just degenerated to her brother yanking me off stage by my ankles.
Oh, really?
It was crazy.
They got physical in the club.
It was outdoor. A big outdoor space in Royersford, Pennsylvania. They have,
and you're a big dude, so it's not like somebody's going to come along. And
big, and now at 43, also, it's not like it was a 6-foot-high steel stage over like sand on top of concrete. And last second, I was because he pulled me off a stool.
Yeah.
My feet were both sitting up on a stool, and so when he grabbed my one ankle. Just last second. There's a video you can see.
Did you see? You didn't see him coming? I
saw him coming, but in my mind, he's coming up on stage. Whatever it was, I'm like, well, I have the complete high ground advantage of this. So I'm like, and also security's going to stop this. So I saw him walking out of the darkness. Again, we weren't even in a place really where like physical made sense to me. That was going to even happen. But he started walking out of the darkness saying, "That's my sister," and I'm like, okay, and then. I just didn't know that I was close enough to the end of the stage that he was able to just kind of reach up and grab my ankle.
Yeah, right.
He's a big guy. And thank God. If I didn't tap my second foot on the floor to just get some directional change.
Would have pulled you off.
I would have hit my head on that stage. I mean, I could have killed me.
You underestimated his wingspan. He lurched out.
Really, but it's funny how not close to the edge of the stage I sit now for that reason. I'm like, oh, you know, let me. I'm like,
you're back in the corner. You're like, hey guy, can you see me? Yeah.
Got a guardrail up.
I went back to that club another time later, and I remember looking at off the stage for the first time, like, damn, it really is a fall.
The scene of the crime. Right. So how did that resolve itself? Because a lot, it would make sense that you would think security would hop up, but sometimes they don't.
No, when I landed. Thankfully, like I said, I was able to switch directions to get like on top of him, and then my buddy Louis J. Gomez, who does Legion of Skanks with me, we just started pummeling him, and then a bunch of fans jumped in and pulled us off, and they were like, "Don't get in trouble, guys. We got it."
Wow, yeah.
Was this young girl accusing Louis of being racist?
Could you imagine?
I know.
Yeah, you know what's funny? In the hindsight of it, or not even hindsight, we knew that night, like. What I was actually dealing with was her anger at Lewis's racial jokes.
Yeah, right.
So when I got on stage, she was already in it.
Yeah. Oh, you followed him.
Right.
Yeah.
But I was just like, when I got on stage, I was, it was me going up and saying to her, I'm like, but I was doing like as I said, everything was kind of like, oh, miss, come on. Like, it's just everyone's here having fun. It's just jokes.
You're trying to be playful.
Nonsense. Yeah, like you're getting wound up over that. And I said, she just kept throwing me lobs of great things to fire back on, and then she just kept getting more and more like freaked out and upset.
Ma'am, I have to spike these over the net. I hope you understand. If you keep lobbing these, that's what I have to do.
So I said, I go, now look, no one there, to my knowledge, would I have anybody there that's like racist at all? I was like, but I mean, I'm like, comedically, you're throwing these just over the rim. I mean, you're asking me to tap these down.
But also crowd-wise, there's that fine line there where like everybody else kind of laughs for a little bit, but then when it gets to a point where they're not laughing so much, and then it gets uncomfortable, or it takes a turn, where it's hard to get them back.
But I always try. I said like before, like it's such a great, it's manipulation. You're manipulating the audience the same way, almost like musicians like create their set to like get a certain kind of ebb and flow. It's all so if someone's being nasty to me in a crowd that's not all in already, you know what I mean? They're already being kind of weird, but one person's being nasty about not liking you. If you play possum to that guy for a while, or that girl, whatever, and they're coming at you and you kind of have like, I'm sorry. It's like, I know. It's like, well, I'm just trying to make you guys laugh. I'm not trying to upset anybody. If you kind of have those statements laid out, the first time that person goes, well, I don't want to listen to a fat loser say whatever, then they're the bad guy. Even the audience is on the thing goes, hey, this guy's just trying to make us laugh. And this person's being mean. And there's that shift
The crowd does the work for you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's called the victim mentality.
When I always said that about those big festival shows. 'Cause I did with Korn small venues, and then I did Mayhem Fest twice, which is the big amphitheaters. And at the big amphitheaters, I would get the crowd to always kind of like, that's what I would do. I'd find somebody who was not just like cursing me out or something from the audience, just basic drunken, like, get off stage, no one cares, like bring the next band on. I would have the camera guys put it on that guy, and I would just light that guy up and make fun of him, and then the crowd kind of joined along. But I've always said, it's just one more microphone loose in that audience, and it turns to hell for me. Like, because people just want to join a thing. So when I'm going like, this guy's an a-hole, and going through the whole thing, and they're all chanting with it and making fun of him. If someone else goes, no, this guy's a fat loser on this, they start chanting fat loser back. No one cares, really.
Right.
They're just going wherever the mob goes.
I was going to say, the mob mentality is a very delicate thing. And it's, well, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in, man.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure, man.
Big Jay Oakerson is doing the weekend at Hilarities right on 4th Street. You go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the details. And the bonfire is weekly over on
Monday through Friday, 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, live Monday through Wednesday.
With Dan Soder.
Cool. And Legion of Skanks on anywhere you download podcasts.
They got to get you like a Did you do a cameo on Billions at all or no?
I did one, yeah. I was the drug dealer in Montreal on the first episode.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, let me take a break here. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
or is it a exclamation?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send a text. A lot of people are texting me about Mike Trevisano, who passed away earlier today. This is not new information to us, but they didn't want us. Obviously, you don't want information like that going public before it's appropriate. And so we're sitting on that for a little while. But it is public now. Mike Trevisano was 74 years old. He has been on Cleveland radio for many, many, many years. Easily one of the best-known broadcasters in this market. I didn't really have any kind of relationship with Mike Trevisano. He worked down the hall from us. I think once COVID hit, he started doing a show from home and never came back. But the only time I would ever hear about Trevisano is when he would make fun of me, I guess. He would talk about how I had no listeners and whatever. But condolences to his family. You know, he was a very well-known guy in this market.
Did a lot of good raising money for charities.
Yeah, did Coats for Kids and
things like that.
So every time there would be company-wide emails about charity events that he was doing and things like that, we would contribute to those.
When he was here, we would talk in the halls from time to time. Him and I would talk sports, and that's as far as our relationship went. But didn't have anything.
I didn't even get
quick asides.
Yeah, I didn't even get that. I mean, I would. I'd say hi and didn't really get anything back. But again, I'm not somebody who takes those things personally. But his whole crew. I mean, they're still down there, and I imagine that they're probably eulogizing him on the show. He would have been on obviously at this time, and so Carmen Angelo and Seth, and those are all good guys down there. But obviously a huge part of WTAM, huge part of that radio station. They've already had to contend with Rush Limbaugh passing away, which was another huge part of that radio station. But as far as local personalities went over there, you got Bill Wills in the morning, Mike Snyder, and then you got Trevisano in the afternoon. I mean, those are your linchpins of that radio station. So that's a big blow to them and a big blow to the people who enjoyed that brand of radio. But we were told a little bit ago and asked to not say anything, and so condolences to his family and his friends and his listeners. And there will always be a home for you here at Libtard Central, as it were. And I'm sure there'll be all kinds of. I'm sure that there will be all kinds of memorials and whatever now that the information is public. But he was 74 years old.
That's young.
Is it?
It's young to die.
Okay.
It's young to die. I mean, that's 10 years older.
But was he a smoker?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's still young to die.
Again, I have no information on why, how. Yeah. Just that it happened. Well, listen, my parents are in their mid-70s, and that is the time that I start thinking about they might not have another 20 years. I don't know. There's weird calculus when it comes to that, I mean, I hope that my mom lives as long as her mom did. My maternal grandmother lived to 103, a couple of weeks shy of her 103rd birthday. So obviously, I would love for my parents to live that long if they want to.
When my mom goes...
Not everybody wants to.
When my mom goes, just lock me up. Just lock me up. I don't want to do anything.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't want to, you want to talk about codependency. It's not that
we know.
But I'm saying it's not that I need my mom around. It's that I want the comfort of knowing that she's there if I need her.
Yeah, I think that's how a lot of people feel. It's nice to know.
So lock me up. Lock me up. I'm not doing that.
Well, listen, my wife is 10 years younger than I am, and obviously she has both of her parents, and I still have both of my parents, and it makes me nervous to think. We were just talking about this, actually, because my wife has friends who have suddenly lost parents. I have friends who have suddenly lost parents. It may be a little bit closer to being age-appropriate for my peer group than my wife's. But, that's going to be a real tough thing to contend with because I am famously not a great consoler. and I'm going to want to console my wife when her parents pass.
Do you want to practice right now?
Sure.
Oh, don't play the sad music.
What? What, Poundcake?
I said, oh, don't play the sad music.
Tell you what, let's practice me consoling you for when your mother passes away.
Well, I don't want to do that either.
I think that's perfect. So,
Mary's out today because her dad would have been 60, so she's kind of memorializing her own father, and So let's practice.
Poundcake, we got real bad news for you.
Oh,
your mom's dead.
Wow, guys, thanks for telling me this on the show.
Well, we thought that you'd want to know as soon as possible.
We thought a real-time reaction would have been the best.
And we also thought that maybe if we tell you on the show, you wouldn't pay attention and it'd be easier for you.
To process?
Yeah.
My mom dying.
Yeah, because then you'd be like, you didn't even it's like you didn't even hear it because we said it.
But I did hear it, and you did say it, and now I have to process this live on air. So you guys are great. Great job. Co-host of the year.
But we're here for you. I mean, you can process it. It's nothing you're going to process in this moment, but I mean...
Well, I would leave. You could easily just wait
then
till
leave.
Commercial break.
You can leave.
You can go.
Wow! So now I'm unemployed, and I have...
I didn't say fired.
No, we're not firing you.
Unemployed.
We're just saying,
do you imagine that?
Your mom
Poundcake,
passed away.
couple of... I've got bad news, and I've got worse news.
Do you want to know what happened?
Yes. What happened?
She was killed by a pterodactyl.
All right.
The very first time she got on the highway, it did not work out so well for her. She decided finally to get off the back roads, and she would face her fears and take some of our nation's highways and byways. And
this is just around the time she gets up for work, too. So I hope she hear y'all tripping and calls in and cusses y'all out.
Is this when she gets up? 5 in the afternoon?
Yeah, because she goes to work from like 7 to 7.
No, I understand. I just didn't know how early she got up. Like if she...
Oh, she lives like right down the road from her hospital.
Oh, I see. Alan, when Poundcake's mom dies, they'll have to lock him up because none of his bills will be paid. She doesn't pay all your bills. She just pays your phone bill.
Oh, my God. It's the family plan.
Will she pay your Orange Theory bill?
No.
Yeah, that's hella expensive.
I pay for everything other than my phone. Even my phone bill.
Right.
No, because y'all...
This guy.
You guys keep pushing this narrative.
We only know what you tell us. and you told us your mom pays your cell bill because you're on a family plan.
Yeah, but I give her the money.
30.
It's in her name.
I get it.
It's more economical. What you want me to do? Have a plan by myself? Because
you're a grown-ass man. That's why.
This helps us stay connected.
Connected. Yeah.
But you do give her money for the phone bill?
Yeah.
There you go. So that's fine.
I had to teach her how to do Venmo specifically for that reason. I give her money every month, and then she's like, all right, well, when can you drop it off? I'm like, Mom, I'm not dropping off a check. She's like, well, you can do cash. Just do it in an ATM. I'm saying, I'm not dropping off cash. Like, there's no point. It's going to go directly into your bank account. She's like, well, I could use a couple extra dollars. I'm like, I'm not dropping off cash. Learn how to work Venmo. Get out of your comfort zone. You don't want to you don't want to drive the highway. Okay? But you're going to learn how to work Venmo. It's more convenient for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm giving you monies. I'm giving you monies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Listen, I guess while we're mentioning the passing of Mike Trevisano, I should also, in addition to his family and friends, offer condolences, and then we'll be able to do it probably at some point, but offer condolences, of course, to Dick from Dayton.
Oh?
Well, yeah. I mean, that was the only reason he started calling this show is because he was calling the other one all the time, and I was fresh meat in town and started calling over here to see what was going on. And they ended up being a regular caller. But Dick from Dayton calls everyone.
I only heard him once on that show. I was in the bathroom, and it was on.
He called everybody. I played a clip of him on the Geraldo show.
Yeah.
Geraldo, or whatever he called him. Hey, Geraldo. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can call us there anytime. It's 216-986-8903 if you just want to leave a message.
Alan, I'm just listening to a segment on the Mandela effect and how we all remember a thing wrong. What that is, really, is someone went back in time and changed something, but our memories of it remain the same. So the Berenstain Bears
were actually the Berenstain Bears, but somebody went back in time and changed it to the Berenstain Bears, but we all remember it the original way. That's how that works. That's some science for you. Thanks.
That's some science for you. I like that theory, but I don't know that really holds water. We were talking about the Mandela effect the other day, and Mary was certain that it was the Berenstain Bears. And I said, no, I've just seen it in print, Berenstain Bears. But that person's take is that maybe there's a Marty McFly sports almanac situation going on there. By the way, I got a letter from Lauren who said, you guys talking about the Mandela effect. Your show has its own Mandela effect. Because you talk about how the Ouija board predicted that Poundcake would die at 35, but it said he would die in 2034, which would make him 42. She said, I was going to sit on this information until the day before his 34th birthday, but you might not still be in Cleveland.
I might not still be alive.
No, she's talking about me. I hate the show, Lauren. Okay, so there you go. So we've been misremembering when the Ouija board said that he would die.
Oh, okay.
Ouija board said he'd be dead by 35. It was 2034.
Well, the Ouija board's always adjusting. It's
always second guessing, and there's inflation, and yeah. So Lauren has given you 7 years extra, Poundcake.
I cheated death.
She's given you a new lease on life. Just think now of how much more dedicated you can be to your successes, both big and small, now that you know that you'll be around until the ripe old age of 42.
Or I can just...
instead of 35.
I know how much time I have left to slack.
That's where his brain goes. How much time I have left to slack?
He's like, I can procrastinate even more. I don't even have to send out a resume or nothing. I can just chill.
A resume?
Think about all the laying down podcasts I can do.
But this is the perfect time. They need... We've talked about you be going right-wing Poundcake. We're going to open it down the hall.
This is your opening. They're going to have to put, what you need to do is you need to give them a reason to not plug some syndicated show in there, which they're probably champing at the bit to do. You need to give them a reason. It could be Java Joel doing afternoons down there. He's been filling in on TAM.
Wow.
Might be him. There is no heir apparent that I know of over there. There's no deep
I think
bench.
this caught everybody really by surprise.
Well, yeah, not only was it sudden, yes, but I mean, normally a radio station will plan for an eventuality like that, but there's no deep bench that I know of. I'm not plugged into what's going on down there, but they're down the hall and we're kind of in the bloodstream.
I mean, with your sports break taking off and
this is how you get in. Trump. This is how you get in. You're a Trump guy. I mean, what better way could there be for you to start the next phase of your career than AM radio?
Yeah, I mean,
so figure it out.
I'm not against selling my soul.
Get back in the day we called them unscoped tapes. That's when you pulled out all the stuff that you didn't want in there. Unscoped was just raw audio. Scoped is when you just you made it smoke. You gave them your best 90 seconds. Get that to the bosses. Get yourself a tape. Shoot an MP3 to Keith Hotchkiss. Go, hey, this might sound premature, but I've only got 12 years left. Not even. What are you, 28?
29. I turned 29 this year.
He's like, I've only got a couple of years left. I only have 13 years left.
Ooh, unlucky.
You just got more years, though.
Maybe not. 13 is my wife's lucky number.
Why?
Because it's been very lucky for her.
Do you have a lucky number?
No.
If you could know, let's say hypothetically, if you could know the exact year, day, and time you're going to die, would you want to know?
Yes.
You'll want to know? Just because, for what purpose?
Why not? I like information. I want as much information. The more information I have with anything in life, the more efficiently I can operate.
I would say it wouldn't bother you at all with that hanging over your head?
Well, no. I mean, who wants to know when they're going to die? But I would not want to. I would want to know when I was going to die. I mean, yeah.
Would you
Yeah,
be
you
pissed
see his
if-
calendar in
You'd-
there. He's very planned out.
No, but
You just
also,
go ahead and
I
put
mean,
it in there.
because wouldn't you want
Best of dying today.
Wouldn't you?
Here's my dead day, guys.
Wouldn't you want to
me.
know? You would just want to randomly fall over, no plan. I mean, you'd want to tell your family, you go, guys, so that you could do it. It's like anyone else who was terminal. If you've got the time, I know a lot of people say that it lets you prepare for that person, and then they retroactively go, it doesn't really prepare you because they're still going to die. But it's better than just it happens. Yes, I would absolutely want to know.
You would want to know, Bill?
No, I don't want to know. Because I would just be like, come on, hurry up already.
Is there any way I can...
so long?
Is
Can it
this
be modified?
Is this set in stone, or is a...
Yeah,
2026. What, you gonna think I made a time here?
I don't think I would want to know.
You wouldn't want to know.
No, because like I'm already afraid of like crystal balls and foreseers and stuff like that. So
Foreseers. I don't want a foreseer telling me when I'm going to die.
So with that hanging over my head, because I'm like, damn, like I only got 525,600 minutes left. Like, what am I?
Yes.
I'm
Exactly.
I'm afraid of 5 seers.
Because people always go,
I would count the clock.
you
and I
gotta
don't wanna
live
do that.
every day like it's your last. And then you will know which day is your last. You will know. 24 hours before your last day, you'll be able to, because it's not like you could be dying of some illness.
But what if
You'll know how you're going to die. Like tomorrow, I get hit by a truck.
Oh, God.
So it's that situation where you know what's caught, like, and it's not like, like, oh, I found out the day I was going to die, and then you just, like, oh, it was self-inflicted.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Yeah.
The weirdest part would be the knowing how.
Like fire, knife, gun.
Well,
Pterodactyl.
but that...
Shut up.
That would be weird because that would be an immediate way to die. I'm talking about if somebody goes, you will die of cancer in 3 years. You don't know when you'll be diagnosed with cancer. You just know when you'll die from it. So that would be the weird part because there would still be a lot of variables.
I'm just pissed.
If you go, you're going to die in 8 years because a dude gets into a fight at a restaurant, you're having dinner, and you get shot, you go, okay, well, that's going to happen. I'm going to have dinner by myself that night so nobody is around me and,
But I feel like then, like, do you have to go to that restaurant? Like, I feel like knowing stops that situation.
Not if it's a final destination type thing.
that's
I'm not trying to drag it out.
That's coming for you. Gotcha.
Like real life, just like the movie.
Nah, that just annoys me. Like, again.
Annoys me.
I don't think there's any right or wrong. I'm not saying
that is so annoying.
It is. It's so inconvenient. Like, how dare you?
There's nothing more convenient.
What do you mean, nothing more convenient?
You don't have anything to do after you're dead.
You don't know that.
I mean, on this planet.
It's just like, ugh.
There are.
The act of death, it just annoys me.
I can imagine a couple things that might be more convenient, Bill. Like an online estimate from Window Nation. Listen, I think...
I wish it was your day.
Can we push the timeline up to about 25 minutes? Get the hell out of here. I can start enjoying my weekend. Yeah, I don't think there's any right or wrong, man. Some people are like, no, I absolutely do not want to know because it's a big thing to know.
That's a big thing to know, and you're just
But I would want to
waiting.
know. But I would want to know.
No. Because I hate when I have to like.
But whether listen,
Man, I can't sleep when I know I have to get up for like a doctor's
That's what I'm
appointment.
talking
I was gonna
about.
say-
Like going into work in the afternoon, I'm sitting around.
But life is just killing time. No matter what you're doing, your job, your home life, it's all killing time, right? So
then time kills you.
If you know when it's coming, it's no different than if you didn't know.
It is because you're
the
like,
only upside is that you might use your time more effectively. What do people say, like, when they know they're going to die or they pass away? They go, I wish I'd done more, whatever. This way you can. You can figure things out. You might not get that job you wanted or whatever, but you can use your time wisely and effectively. So it doesn't just jump up on you and then you go, oh, gee, I wish I had done all this stuff.
This is coming from someone that uses their time wisely and effectively, though.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said I would like to know. Yeah.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like the difference between you and Poundcake when it comes to using their time wisely and effectively is quite different.
But here's what I'm saying. There's nothing that's going to get you, no matter who you are or how you live, there's nothing that's going to get you to start using your time more effectively than knowing exactly when you're going to die. So even Poundcake.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to know.
Because he doesn't want to start using his time effectively. If I know when I die, then I know I got to start living my life better.
He's a real go-getter, isn't he?
I just want to chill. Like, oh my gosh, death is rushing me.
You know what? It's your time. It's your life. You should absolutely do it however you like.
Just want to smoke this L, chill out a little bit. They're like, don't you want to like live for something? I'm like, I'm living for now.
I'm living for me. Well, anyway, condolences to the family and friends of Mike Trevisano. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192 to do that. I will have the penultimate pair of tickets, second to last pair of tickets for Saturday night, the 36th annual Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony at the Romo Fijo. I will have a pair for you and a pal coming back. And then 5:30, next keyword for you to go fund yourself and win $1,000.
It's the Al.
Here we go. The 36th annual Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony goes down 8 o'clock on Saturday night at the Romo Fijo, moved from across town. You'll see Tina Turner be inducted, the Foo Fighters, Carole King, Go-Go's, Jay-Z, Todd Rundgren, and more. Special guests, Paul McCartney, of course, inducting the Foos. It's brought to you by HBO and HBO Max. They will air it in edited form Saturday, November 20th at 8 o'clock Eastern. So if you want this pair of tickets, you'll see it all complete and unadulterated in living color. Good luck. Caller 10. These tickets are yours. We'll see you at the Rock Hall inductions on Saturday night. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some people say our country is more divided than ever. But don't ask him. He sucks at math. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Dave Grohl whipping out his best falsetto for that album of disco covers they did called the DGs. That kind of came and went. I don't know how many people. I would almost guarantee. Yeah, you have to like this music first, but I shouldn't say disco covers, all Bee Gees songs, but they would have to do one of these tonight, I would imagine, at the House of Blues. They will do a sold-out show tonight. If you're going, I'll see you there. It's going to be a good time. No opening act, just the Foo Fighters.
Just Foo Fighters getting into it, getting gritty.
That's right, at the House of Blues. And then all this weekend on the Buzzard, we're going to be playing a lot of Foo Fighters for you. We're doing a Foo Fighters Rock and Roll Hall of Fame weekend on MMS, which will start tomorrow after this show. Once we know that the weekend is underway, courtesy of the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, then we'll roll on out of here. And we're going to be playing Foo Fighters stuff all weekend long. We'll play the big hits. We'll play B-sides. We'll play songs you don't hear that often. Live versions, acoustic versions, new stuff.
The acoustic version.
Probably throw one of these in there.
Acoustic version of Everlong is one of my favorites.
It's pretty good, right?
It's great.
I don't know if we have the acoustic version in here. Let me see. Hold on. This one?
Yeah.
This doesn't sound acoustic, though. It sounds...
No, this doesn't sound...
This one. Yeah, okay. I haven't seen the Foo Fighters live in 20 years. So I'm excited to see them tonight and then to see them at the Rock Hall induction on Saturday. I've got 3 shows in 3 days this weekend.
Like I said
jam-packed.
Earlier,
I know.
Need anybody to take those tickets for you on Saturday because you're burnt out.
Is that offer still on the table?
Still on the table.
Okay.
Stays on the table.
All right. So we're doing a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame weekend on the Buzzard.
Oh, I get it.
And, yeah, I'll be hungover. I'll be doing the Cox Out pregame Sunday morning at the Ivy before the Browns-Steelers game. And I'll probably be all hair of the dog for AC before the trick-or-treating starts on Sunday afternoon. We got to go to some neighbor's Halloween party. I'm going to show up to that half in the bag. That'll be fun. Is Alan dressed up? No. Why is he covered in vomit? Oh, he's the Swamp Thing is how he showed up.
He's Linda Blair.
Linda Blair. It's funny, I mentioned Paul McCartney is going to be inducting Foo Fighters on Saturday night. And I'm always curious because half the time you hear that a band will pick who inducts them. And then the other, Bon Jovi specifically asked Howard Stern to come to Cleveland and induct them. But there are other bands that will say, the Rock Hall just picks somebody. I had the feeling that Dave Grohl asked Paul McCartney to induct them, but I don't know if that's really the case because I was reading a thing with Dave Grohl, and he said that initially they thought that maybe Stuart Copeland from The Police would induct them, because he said Stuart Copeland was the inspiration for naming his project Foo Fighters, because many, many years ago, Stuart Copeland had put out an album under the name Clark Kent because he didn't want anybody to know it was him. He's like, if people think it sucks, I don't want my name on it. And so the very first Foo Fighters album was famously Dave Grohl playing all the instruments. They were demo tapes that he had put together when Nirvana was still a thing. And after Nirvana ended, he released them under the Foo Fighters name. So it didn't have his name plastered all over it. And so but thin connection there, but I'm wondering if McCartney was given to them. I mean, nobody's going to be upset at Paul McCartney inducting you into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but I'm curious if they chose him or if he was given to them.
Maybe Paul McCartney volunteered. He's like, I love this band.
Maybe so.
Good.
Do you know who this is singing, Poundcake?
Paul McCartney. I was just on the phone. Don't even give me that. I literally just hung up the phone.
All right, well, listen to this and tell me who's singing it.
Who we've been talking about?
I know you were on the phone, but you did just give away the prize. You know what the prize is.
For the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees.
That's right.
So is this Dave Grohl?
There you go.
I heard you say he was playing every instrument in the demo, but I have heard that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if it was Paul McCartney. I was like, he's very talented. There's a reason why he's a billionaire rock star.
Yes, yes. And he owns the, that catalog, that band's catalog, and who knows? So we'll see. But tomorrow around 5:20 will be the last opportunity for you to grab a pair of tickets for Saturday night to see the whole thing go down, because it'll be another few years before it comes back around to Cleveland. We get it every 3 years. It was here in 2015, it was here in 2012, and it will return in, it was here in 2018. It means it'll return in 2024. And who knows?
I thought it was every other year now.
Is it?
Because they're not doing LA anymore, it's just New York and Cleveland now.
Well, I didn't know if they did New York 2 years in a row and then Cleveland. Because they dumped LA a while ago, I thought, and it's still every... You might be right. It'd be great if it were here every other year. I would love that.
I think it's every other.
Okay. Let me give you some money here, and then we'll get to Terry the Goat's Week 8 picks.
Now, time.
For football, this is a shot for you to grab some money. It's $1,000, about 30 past every hour. You get a crack at this money. So listen closely and go fund yourself, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword PAY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's PAY to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
All right, I will have another chance for you to win $1,000 at 6:30. The Cavaliers are not playing tonight. They won last night against the Clippers. Tyronn Lue and the LA Clippers. So they'll take tonight off, and then tomorrow night they will... Do the Clippers and Lakers play in the same venue?
Yep.
Where they play, the Forum? That's where they used to play. That's not where
Center.
Staples Center, right.
But I think they're doing an upgrade on the Forum, and the Clippers are going to go there.
Okay.
But I don't know the
that's
timeline on that.
Where our Alter Ego Festival is.
Oh.
That we're giving away those trips. Is at the Forum, which I know the Lakers used to play.
And since it's ours, we're invited and we can go. We don't have to buy tickets or anything.
No. Okay, so Terri the Goat is, I hesitate to say property, but she is an animal. Al Marcinek runs Marcinek Farms out there in Carlton, Pennsylvania, and he is our bureau chief. And Terri the Goat has served faithfully, this is her third season with the show, picking her football picks each and every week.
Football all the way, football all the way, yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way, football all the way, football all the way, yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way.
All right, he's always kind enough to send me a piece of video of Terri preparing for her picks. I don't. Let me,
excuse me.
Let me get rid of
flashy.
Dave Grohl, and then we'll.
That scared the hell out of me.
Sorry, it scared me too. But we're going to compose ourselves.
Here we are in Carlton, Pennsylvania.
Something a bit more bucolic than the.
Mare is running from the pasture over to watch her mom, Terri, make her picks this week.
It's a family affair.
Terri is all excited and ready to go. She has her jersey on. And we'll release her, and she will now head up to the prediction station, and her predictions will be posted on Thursday.
Thursday. All right, that is today. By my math, week 8 rather. She's given us 11 picks. It's hard to believe that we'll be halfway through the season after this weekend. I neglected to check the. No, I didn't.
No,
Thursday night football is
Cardinals.
Packers-Cardinals. Okay. So tonight, Thursday night football, he did mention to me, Al said, Terri is hoping for a lot of upsets this week. So Thursday night football tonight, she picks the Cardinals over the Green Bay Packers. Cardinals remain the only unbeaten team.
They're two very good teams. So
7-0. The Packers have only had one loss, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. She chooses the Carolina Panthers over the Atlanta Falcons. She chooses the Miami Dolphins over the Buffalo Bills. That probably won't happen.
That's probably a bad one.
Probably won't happen.
That's one of the upsets.
She picks the New York Jets over the Cincinnati Bengals.
Another upset.
I was going to say, that seems unlikely. Let's keep that going. She also chooses the Detroit Lions over the Philadelphia Eagles.
You know what? That one might happen.
Okay.
The Eagles aren't killing it this year.
Lions remain the only winless team, so
and they are desperate for a win. They want to win.
Sure.
Yeah.
They'll be 1-7 if they win. She picks the Houston Texans over the LA Rams.
I don't see that one happening.
Okay. She picks the Patriots over the LA Chargers.
Another one I had not likely.
Okay. She picks the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over the New Orleans Saints.
That's a good pick.
Is that still Drew Brees?
No.
He's retired, right?
Brees is retired. It's Jameis Winston now.
Oh, Jameis Winston. Okay. Outgunned by Tom Brady, probably. She picks the Denver Broncos over the Washington football team. That's John Elway and RG3.
No.
It's not?
Taylor Heineke and Teddy Bridgewater.
Taylor Heineke, brewed and bottled in Holland. She picks the Minnesota Vikings over the Dallas Cowboys. Okay. And last but not least, here at home this weekend for Week 8, Browns Steelers at First Energy Stadium. Terri the Goat chooses the Cleveland Browns over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Those are your 11 picks for Week 8, courtesy of Terri the Goat.
It's ready to rip you apart.
There you go.
Had some words
prepared. Ready to turn you into Euros. But she picks the Browns over the Steelers. That is not always the case, but for Week 8, so saith Terri there.
Football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football all the way, football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football all the way.
I see everybody. I hadn't seen the video, so I wasn't sure why he was trending. But everybody's giving Adam Levine a hard time. Did you see the video of the woman who jumps up on stage?
No.
Okay, so everybody's giving him a hard time because Maroon 5 is doing a show, and this woman jumps up on stage to give him a hug. And he's in the middle of hitting a note, so his eyes are closed. And when he opens them, he says that he was surprised. But he looks like he's trying to shove this woman off, and he kind of gives her this look. And so all these people are like, oh, he's too good for, I hate
She hopped up on stage.
Oh, my God, stay off the stage. You're not a performer. Stay in the audience.
That's trespassing. Like people.
Well,
get arrested
I'm not even talking about that.
He does do this like little
Yes.
like what and like shimmy and I mean, but he has every right to, because
doing a show.
You're not supposed to jump on the stage.
I hate when people get into, if it wasn't for the fans, you wouldn't have anything. Yes, he understands that, but you're not a performer. Stay off the stage. Like, what's the story you're going to tell? I jumped up and hugged Adam Levine. Oh, cool. And then what?
Not allowed to go to that venue anymore.
Oh, cool. Great story.
Banned for life.
So now he has to go on and do this long, drawn-out explanation as if he's not talking to adults who can't figure this out on their own because people are giving him a hard time.
To think that anyone would believe that I thought that our fans were beneath us or less than us makes my stomach turn. That's just not who I am. It's not who I've ever been. So I just need you guys to know I was really startled. And sometimes when you're startled, you have to like shake it off and move on because I'm doing my job up there. It's what I pride myself on, so I need to let you guys know what my heart is, and my heart is that connection that exists between the band performing on stage and the fans.
Blah, blah, blah.
But you don't know what she has. She could have a gun. She could have a knife. Like, you don't know what she's trying to do.
She was wearing a mask. She wasn't hopping up to... She looked like she was going to rob a bank. She wasn't hopping up to stab him.
He is like mid... Like, he's got his eyes closed hitting a note.
Yes.
So it is like a startling moment.
Yeah.
She could be trying to grab his crotch or depants him. Like,
depants him is what?
I'm just saying. I remember...
Have you ever seen somebody jump up on stage and depants the singer?
People have gotten like hit or like water bottles thrown at them.
Listen, if he was startled, there's no reason to second guess what he. But people are going in on him. I hate that ground level, low hanging fruit, lack of critical thinking. People are like, you should. The fans are who made you. It's like, dude, not even the point. Not even remotely the point. Because anybody saying that is not a fan of his, so no, you didn't make me, douchebag. People buying my albums might have. Just stay off the stage. You know, if you see like a punk show or you see a rock show or something where they have the fans, come on up. Yeah, that's fun. That would be a good time.
You're invited.
You're invited.
It's about consent.
And who's jumping up on stage at a Maroon 5 show?
What I'm wondering is, how is anyone jumping up on stage at a Maroon 5 show? Because I feel like they should have like top flight security, and this lady just got up there like no problem.
It's absolutely a security failing. I thought maybe it was at like some intimate thing. I thought maybe they were doing a birthday party or a corporate gig. This is at the Hollywood Bowl. So yeah, why there was nobody there to stop this woman? And again, she seems harmless. But yeah, if his eyes are closed and she goes up, if your eyes were closed and you were on stage and you felt someone touching you,
I'd be like,
you'd freak out. Yes. And if you ever go see a Bill Squire show, sure, it's stand-up, but there are many times where he'll do whole chunks with his eyes closed.
Mm-hmm. Gotta hit those notes.
It just puts him more in the zone. But yeah, if you see the video, he's kind of like, he says the F word, and then he's just kind of has this look on his face like, ooh, get off me.
Yeah.
Yes! And it was like, oh, dude.
Well, also,
stay off the stage.
Adam Levine. You are knocking out the top tier tail on the planet. And that girl looks cute.
Bahati Prinsloo, his wife? But they've had a couple of kids now.
I'm saying, like, over his career.
Oh, yeah.
He's knocked out. I mean,
he needs to sit down and be humble.
No,
shut up.
Getting touched by anybody that isn't like a supermodel level of hot, he's gonna be like, "You're disgusting."
I remember when
don't you dare touch me.
When Erica got meet and greets, and I remember how the rest of the band had to like surround Adam so girls wouldn't get in between him, because he didn't want to have anything leak saying that, oh, he was touching a girl inappropriately or anything like that. So they had to like kind of get in between other band members to get the meet and greet photo.
God, the least controversial thing ever.
Yeah.
And people are turning it into, I love when people go right to, the fans made you. Yeah, but not those fans.
I completely forgot he did the Super Bowl.
Stay off the stage. If you were a performer or if you were talented, you'd be up on the stage. You'd be entertaining everybody.
Cosign.
You're not. So don't touch the guy. Don't touch anybody who's up on a stage. Maybe he's giving you a wide stance and you and you touch the tip of his clamshell sneaker or something. I mean, that's, fine. It's tricky to rock a rhyme. But, so he's like, look, I wasn't trying to be a jagoff or anything. Like, my eyes were closed. She will be loved, is what he said. Didn't she?
Oh.
Okay, listen,
That's
I've
their song.
got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox.
little time for the hi-hat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Play a little faster. Double bass. This is rock and roll.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to send a text. When is St. Vincent going to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I want to be there for that. Annie Clark, she deserves it.
It's Imagine Dragons.
You son of a bitch. Hey, Dean.
Hello, Alan.
What's going on?
Well, you were talking about the David Grohl thing and whether they can pick who they want for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction.
Yeah.
And a couple of weeks ago, I was watching the Graham Norton show, and David was on the show.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how I don't remember how they met, but their wives became good friends. And
I
McCartney's
see.
been to his house for dinner and all that kind of stuff. And just as a sidebar, he told a story. The one time they came over for dinner, they were getting ready to leave. Paul McCartney went over to David's piano and started to play. And his daughter went and sat next to him and started to play with him. And the two of them wrote a song together.
Grohl's daughter and Paul McCartney.
Wrote a little
Wow.
song. I mean, nothing that went on the radio.
Yeah.
And Grohl was like, "Oh my God, I couldn't believe it! I'm watching Paul McCartney write a song with my daughter."
Yeah, you have a Beatle in your house.
Yeah.
Because Grohl, I think
writing music.
Grohl's on wife number 2. McCartney's on like wife number whatever. I don't know who Paul McCartney's wife is right now, but
yeah, I don't know.
He's like 3.
Third one, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so their wives are pals, so they're pals, and yeah, okay.
That's how he ended up. Yes. And
Are you watching Graham Norton? What? How do you watch on BBC America, or where do they show Graham Norton?
BBC America. I think it's Friday nights at 11.
Yeah, I like Graham Norton. I think he's
and then watch it without commercials.
right. Okay, hey, thanks, Dean.
You got it.
Appreciate it. Thank you, pal.
Stuff.
All right. Alan, remember the time Prince kicked Kim Kardashian off the stage? I do remember that. Alan, remember Dimebag was shot by a fan? Yeah. I mean, I get it. You know, Randy Bly from Lamb of God, I mean, he had to stay in jail in the Czech Republic because somebody jumped up on stage and he kicked him off and the guy died and it was a whole thing, man. I mean, I remember that. Almost ended that band. Devotion accuracy, there are 17 games per team, the bye week, so we will not be halfway through until after next week, okay?
Close enough because it's 17, so like...
I guess so. I mean, yeah.
It's close enough.
But
I could have...
Terry's coming off... Terry's coming off a 4-6 week. So, you know, all I care about at the end of the season is that Terry had more wins than losses. That's the only number that I look up. Alan, could we get an update on Bill's Fantasy Football League? There's a person asking about that.
We're playing? I don't know how they get...
Yeah,
I don't
it's
feel
kind
like...
of a broad statement.
There's teams. I don't even know right now. I know my season for the work league that we're in is not good. Like my team's decimated by injuries. I'm a waiver wire warrior, so like I'm trying to get anything I can going. But my season's pretty crappy.
I didn't realize Travis texted me in the break that Jameis Winston is who the Bucks ditched to sign Tom Brady.
Oh yeah,
didn't realize that. So he really wants to beat the Buccaneers. Was Jameis Winston punching somebody, or he was a controversial dude, wasn't he?
He was stealing crab.
Stealing crab?
He stole some king crab from like a Costco or something.
Oh, he did?
When he was in
Not
college.
like Kramer, where he emptied out the fishermen's cages? And...
No. And then
okay.
I think he might have got into it with like a Uber driver or something, but I don't know about that one.
Okay.
But it was just like in college, he stole some king crab from Costco or something.
Right. King crab from Costco.
Maybe Sam's Club. I don't remember.
All right. I saw Costco's upping their minimum wage to $18.
Damn.
Costco, as I understand it, is always, as far as retail goes, Costco is like right near the top, if not at the top, for employee satisfaction.
Yeah.
Probably because they have fewer people working there than some other stores, so there's a little bit more to go.
Costco has a lot of people working there.
Do they?
But the CEO is famously not super greedy. Like, he makes a very comfortable, very good living, but I think they did like a 20/20 on him or 60 Minutes, and he said that his take home or his annual salary is like $300,000 a year, which is a lot of money. But it's not like some of these CEOs at companies where they're getting these $10 million bonuses and really making a lot more than a CEO. Like, I mean, that's a huge company. He could be making a lot more.
At least give yourself $1 million.
Right, 300,000 is all he wants. I'm sure he gets some sort of bonuses and
stock
and
options.
Like I'm sure he's fine. But he's $300,000 a year. He's great. He's doing great. But he's notoriously not greedy. And wants he wants people that work for him to be happy to work for him.
Sure. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up?
So, I don't know if Bill was around them. And anyways, back in the days of Jeff and Flash, they used to have the whole week before the Steelers game, the WMMS would air this thing where it sounded like Len Boom Boom Goldberg saying, "Screw the Steelers, screw the Steelers, screw the Steelers," in the ground. And they would play it like several times a day the whole week. And I just thought Bill might appreciate that, and maybe he could even bring that back for us.
I've already stole one person's bit. I don't know if I
Can't
can
take
keep
it
stealing
with you,
them.
lady on.
We're already doing the Murray Saul
Yeah.
Friday get down.
I
Screw
appreciate
the
that,
Steelers,
though.
yeah, because
no,
it's.
I meant find it and play it. I didn't mean he had to do it. I just meant.
Oh,
maybe
I
find it
see.
and over- Yeah.
Boy, I wouldn't even know. I think that stuff is in the wind as far as my access to it. I don't think they have any kind of archives.
That
like
was a Jeff
but-
and Flash bit?
Yeah.
Well, it was on. I think it was a Len Goldberg bit, but it was done back in the Jeff and Flash days.
Yeah, he was on their show. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, if
well, the one hope that we have is that if it is Browns fans saying "screw the Steelers," somebody probably has that audio somewhere because
Right.
we take a lot of pride in hating the Steelers.
We do. Amen to that.
Right.
All right. Thanks.
Hey,
guys.
thank you, Sarah. There you go. Screw the Steelers.
Who's
All
the
right.
hotter players, the Browns or the Steelers?
The hotter players?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, when you look at a hunk like Ben Roethlisberger, I mean, how can you? I mean, Baker Mayfield's a good-looking dude, right? I mean, as far as I haven't seen, Joe Hayden still plays for the Steelers.
Yeah.
He's an okay-looking guy.
I mean, if we're going to go position by position, it's a 53-man
Sexual
roster.
position. Yeah, there's a lot of players, Poundcake.
Okay. Was just curious. Offhand, if I'm just lining them up,
they wear helmets too, so you don't see their faces. As well.
It's hard to see. Frankly, I mean, when you see a guy like Joe Thomas, what he's transformed himself into, holy moly! Well done, you.
He looks like the White Rock.
He really does. It's like Alan Faneca when he played for the Steelers. I mean, he's living the life of a football player, and then, he retired and shaved and lost some weight, and he's unrecognizable.
And Joe Thomas is doing TV stuff now, so he wants to look his best. And he got real fit.
Good for him.
And then fit, and also like he had because when he was playing, he wanted to carry that weight. He needed that weight to do his job, but he also he had kind of shaggy hair. It didn't look like he was real. I don't know. He just looked like a regular dude. But now with these suits because you always see him in a suit that he's bulging out of because he's so jacked. Because they don't make his suits out of spandex, but maybe they should because they are form-fitting suits.
Yeah, they do make stretchy suits nowadays.
Oh yeah.
They're trying to make the whole male fashion industry now is based on trying to fool guys into thinking they didn't lose weight. I'm sorry. Let me say it all over again. The male fashion industry is based on trying to convince guys that they didn't gain weight. So you'll notice that guys might notice this if you're paying attention. You'll notice that shirts are still labeled mediums, but they're bigger. Shirts are labeled large. The smalls are always going to stay small because they don't sell many of those. But the mediums and the larges, they're sized differently than they used to be. I know this because I still wear a medium. And if I put on a medium, I go, this thing's like blousey almost, if it's like a shirt.
It's like a belt.
Jeans are all stretchy.
Yeah, they are. At my
because
jeans right
they
now.
want, it's like you're wearing denim sweatpants when you buy jeans now, unless you're getting like selvage raw denim jeans that don't have a lot of give. And that's the point. They're trying to convince, somebody figured out we should really make clothes for guys the way we make them for women.
Yeah, make them more comfortable.
More comfortable, and that way they won't feel like they've gained weight and are getting fat.
I think it's more about just the comfort in general. Like, the stretchy jeans are wonderful.
Then wear sweatpants.
I do, all the time. I'm
Right,
always
but-
wearing sweatpants. But sometimes I have to wear jeans, or I have to wear, even the suit that I have, it's still pretty stretchy.
Right, but
and
like buy jeans in your size then. What's the matter with that?
There's no, I don't like the material. Like, putting it on like real denim jeans, awful.
I
hate
love
it.
denim jeans. The harder the
Ugh.
better.
Why? You want your jeans to be hard?
Well, because you got to wear them in. You wear them in.
No.
Stretchy jeans are like pre-worn in.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not for me.
Ready to go. You put
Just
them
wear
on
sweatpants.
and they feel good. And again, I do a lot. I wear a lot of sweatpants. But sometimes I wear jeans, and I would rather wear a stretchy, comfortable. It's like, why would you want to wear something that's worse? It's not comfortable to wear those other jeans.
Because I think clothes are a way that people stay in shape. And if the clothes keep getting fatter with you, there's no incentive.
But that's not.
Listen, you're not
I'm
alone.
talking about comfort,
I get
though.
why they're doing
if you
it.
want to
but-
wear, if you want to wear a girdle, you want your jeans to be limiting so that you can be like, I'm gaining weight. Then that's great. And
But you wear them in.
But then
jeans look way better when you wear them in. When they're,
I don't know. I don't pay that close attention to jeans. I don't
Yeah,
really
that's
care
true.
what people are wearing. Like, when I see like Mary will wear like her ripped fashion jeans, and all I think about when I see people wearing jeans like that is those must be so hard to put on, because every time
put your toes in the holes.
Your toes just keep going in the holes. And no wonder you're cold all the time. I mean, you got vents all over the place.
I'm not a ripped jeans guy. I've never been a ripped jeans guy.
I don't like
but-
the ripped jeans.
No.
I know it looks good on some people. Like, Mary looks good in those jeans, but I just think about the putting them on and then trying to keep them from ripping too much. It's
Right.
just a
You have
problem
to,
that I
you
want
have to
to deal
like
with. Yeah.
gingerly put your legs all the way through the leg hole. Yeah.
No, but when it comes to like the stretch material, I mean, the reason we wear jeans, like, it doesn't even make sense. But they were what 49. It's what the Gold Rush people were wearing.
Yeah.
Created by Levi Strauss, and that was like our standard. And that's old timey. Like, that's.
I'm up there.
Like, be like, hey, we're wearing pantaloons.
I'm up there. I got my
sweatpants are more futuristic.
Honey, I'm gonna go panning for gold. Hand me my dungarees.
So like sweatpants are more futuristic fabric. So why not take that technology and put it into styles that we enjoy?
I get it.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
I'm just saying that it has become very clear that they're widening the waistbands of a lot of these pants in an effort, but they're not resizing them. They're going, yeah, this is a medium, so guys can go, hey, look at me, I'm a medium. That is clearly not what's going on.
Listen, even at my skinniest, a medium was still pretty tight. So I don't know, and I've never really been a medium guy. Because even when I was in high school and stuff, the style was to wear things bigger anyway. So I'd always get a size up or two sizes up, and you know this, Poundcake.
No, I don't, because I used to wear super tight clothes. Everything was a small.
I thought you had like your phase where you wore like the big white T-shirts.
Yes, that was middle school to about.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Middle school to about sophomore year.
But you still wear your clothes too tight.
This isn't too tight.
Yeah, they are. You wear your
that
clothes
shirt
too
today
tight.
looks good.
This isn't too tight.
No, but
his shirt today looks good. There are some.
Okay, but I'm just saying in
there
general.
are some shirts that you have that they're a little tight.
Yeah, there are. But I like my clothes tight. And when in high school, so until about sophomore year, I would wear baggy clothes, and then that became out of style. Now I was the complete opposite, and I would wear super tight clothes to the point where my stepdad, he's like, bro, I can see your veins. Like, you can't wear pants that tight anymore. And I'm like.
But now the tight skinny jeans, those are out of style, and there's people, I just saw an article in New York Times where They're like 37-year-old bosses are afraid of their 23-year-old subordinates because they're getting bullied for wearing skinny jeans and having middle parts. And
yeah, skinny jeans.
like, they don't think they're cool. I'm like, yeah, why would you want a 23-year-old to think you're cool? Like,
Exactly.
You're their boss. You're not there. You could dress just like them. Guess what? They're still not going to think you're cool because you're 15, 17 years
Right.
older than them.
They're going to think you're even more lame.
Yeah, that would be real lame. That'd be so much more lame to be like, hey, what's up, my fellow kids? Like, you don't want to be that guy.
Right. Oh, no, I'm not cool to a dumb 22-year-old?
Ah, no, 22-year-old.
Hope I can
I'm
sleep
cool.
tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Alan, I've ripped
Based on your pants?
I've ripped an entire pair of jeans from catching a toe in the hole of my fancy jeans.
Oh
yeah.
my God, I hate it. I hate it.
I mean, I went to college in the early 90s, so that's when...
Yeah, ripped jeans were big then.
Not even ripped jeans, but just like the shirts were blousier, everything.
Yeah.
The suits were a little bit bigger, you know.
Oh, man.
I don't like that. I like things that kind of fit your form, you know.
When you watch movies in the 90s and these guys, like, a perfect example are the suits that Jim Carrey's wearing in Liar Liar.
Yeah.
Because he's this, like, high-powered
Shoulder
attorney,
pads.
and it is gigantic.
Power
like,
suits.
He is a skinny man, and this suit is just... It's taking up more scenery than than him, and he takes up a lot.
Everybody looks like David Byrne in Stop Making Sense,
Exactly.
right? That giant. This is
Same as
not
it
my
ever
beautiful
was.
house. Yeah. But like Seinfeld, you know, the button-down shirts were real blousy, and yeah. I don't want to be a pirate. It was hard to it was hard to distinguish the pirate shirt from the other shirts to make that joke work.
No, because I think there's, even though the material's stretchy now, there is a lot more stuff that is that form-fitting stuff. You just got to have the body to pull it off. Like I was saying, like Joe Thomas, like the suits that he's wearing are painted on.
Yeah, you get fitted
And
suits.
If you watch the like any of the pregame shows, but mostly the NFL on Fox, their pregame show is a few younger guys that all look fantastic, but then the old guys are wearing more traditional suits, and they got a lot more give in them. A lot more room.
Terry Bradshaw, Bill Cower.
Bill Cower. Is it James Brown, the host? And he put on some COVID weight. He's looking real big.
Yeah.
And it's like...
And even if you're a bigger guy, if you get a tailored suit, it'll hide a lot. You can look good in it. And I'm not talking big and tall. I mean, like, just a suit that fits.
Yeah, a suit that fits looks fantastic on anyone. And that's why, like, that's the beauty of men's fashion is if you want a suit that looks good, get it tailored, and no matter your size, you're going to look pretty good. I guarantee it. Is that anybody's line?
I guarantee it. I'm with Alan, the harder the jeans, the better. I get a text when fabric softener goes in with my jeans. I'm not that guy. But
hard jeans. Who wants to, like, yeah, like,
because you
I like
soften
these
them up.
scratchy clothes, but why? So if the whole point is to soften them up,
because it's a
so what you're saying is you like soft jeans, but you just don't want it to be easy.
No, I'm saying that there's a more, if there's a natural degradation of them, that's different than getting them when they feel immediately like sweatpant material. I'm not looking for stretchy jeans.
I am.
I get it. I totally get it. I'm just, my whole point
It's
is that
all I ever wanted. Like, once they came out with these stretchy jeans, I'm like, this is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Because, like, when I used to work for my dad, I'd wear jeans, and, like, after a while, I'd only wear jeans because that's what he told me to wear. And then, like, I saw with the other guys, and they were all wearing, like, basketball shorts and stuff, doing my job. Like, I get it if you're, like, a bricklayer wearing jeans or whatever, but I started wearing basketball shorts, and it just was way easier to move around because the jeans just, I don't know, I couldn't move in them.
it's getting a little ridiculous, though. You'll see ads on Instagram for, like, the most comfortable jeans ever, and they're grabbing them, like, pulling them out like they're fins on their leg.
No,
you know?
I love it.
There's, like, they're making suits out of sweatpant material, but you can't really tell because it's a dark suit. I'm like, okay, let's just...
This goes back
maybe
a ways.
eat a salad, and you can wear a regular suit, and, you know.
See, you're someone that's always been concerned with his weight. It's not how everybody lives their life, all right? But Ron Bennington, who is a legendary broadcaster, he's on satellite radio
Let's
now.
not get ahead of
Well,
ourselves. He's a
to me,
legendary
he's
broadcaster.
He's incredible. He's so funny. But this is probably 15 years ago. He had the idea for smoke pants. And I love the idea of smoke pants.
What is that?
It's just pants. It looks like pants, but it's actually just smoke covering your legs. So it's the ultimate in comfort.
Smoke pants. So you're naked, but there's smoke pants?
Yeah, but there's smoke around you, so you can't see. And
I do like that
pants.
idea.
Yeah.
Smoke pants.
Smoke pants is the most brilliant idea for pants when it comes to absolute comfort.
So they're opaque. Can't see through them.
Can't see through them.
But you're naked in there.
Yeah.
And the pants are constant smoke.
I mean,
what's generating the smoke? I mean, this was...
The pants.
So we would need massive advancements in physics and science and,
Yeah.
You'd be wearing plumes of smoke around your lower half of your body.
He's an ideas guy. He's not coming up with a way to make the smoke pants.
Yeah.
He just thinks it's a good idea, and hopefully science can make it happen.
It's up there with a snaxophone.
No,
billion-dollar ideas.
Not anywhere near the
Okay.
My snaxophone is like nothing compared to smoke pants. Smoke pants are practical. Snaxophone's just like that's a very niche market.
They would move with you? Like if you got a rod in your smoke pants, you're not going to pop out the front of the smoke?
Exactly. It's crazy technology. Think of it, in Guardians of the Galaxy, or even with the Dune, like the force field that they have around them. Just imagine that force field, but like the lower half of it is opaque, so you can't see through.
So it's gun-proof, just not knife-proof. Somebody
not
could stab
not
you
a
in your
slow blade.
your smoke pants. All right, I got a break. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192. Next chance to grab some money. 6:30, another keyword for you to go fund to yourself.
Crazy. Gaze into the eyes of a child because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, we got to roll. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. My thanks to Roy Wood Jr. for checking in. His new hour premieres tomorrow night on Comedy Central. It's called Imperfect Messenger. Recorded it merely 2 weeks ago in Colorado. 10:30 tomorrow night. And Big Jay Oakerson, good to see him too. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities with Mary Santora tomorrow and Saturday. What do you have coming up, William?
Tonight is the first night of the High and Dry Comedy Hour with Bill Squire at High and Dry in Tremont. It starts at 8 p.m. It is free, so come on out, have some laughs, have some drinks, have some chicken.
You confirmed the chicken?
Yeah, they got chicken.
Yeah.
I got chicken. New episode of The Bill Squire Show is available now on the iHeartRadio app and YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. It's a fun episode. We get into some weird conversations about crypto and cousins and stuff like that. So check that out. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. You'll find me out there at Alan Cox Show, Instagram, Twitter, Cameo, all that. Anything you missed today, the show is available on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app. Week in Cox, that is coming ahead Sunday morning, every Sunday, 8 to 10. It is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. That is also in podcast form, though, as well, if you're not up early. And anytime you want to leave us a message, you can. The After Hours line is 216-986-8903. Wes Scantlin from Puddle of Mud is going to be in here tomorrow. They're doing a show at the Odeon tomorrow night. And next chance for you to grab some money is minutes away. Listen for that keyword to grab $1,000 and go fund